Yes, ma'am. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. About the vegetables and stuff? Yeah, I did. I was just tired and I was just rushing home to take me a little nap. I did try to call you. Oh, I know. Oh, that's okay.
Y'all finished?
Mm.
Fran,
Hold on. Yes.
this is Barbara.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to let you know I was in the meeting. I heard you talking to
Oh no,
somebody.
I'm just signed on. I'm on the phone talking to someone else.
Oh,
But
okay.
I just like to sign on just so I can be on. Let me get right back with you so I can finish this call, okay, Barbara?
Uh, I can stay logged on, can I? Or no?
Yeah, you can stay on. That's why I sign on for people to get in.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
The password was incorrect, really? Oh, God. 4-1, oh, a capital K. 4, I. Bet my cap lock is on. I. 8-5. Oh, Lord. Okay, I'm going to eat. I ain't going to do nothing but listen. Did not use mustard. Mute myself.
Good evening.
James, what you eating?
Pretzels? Want one?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Where everybody at?
Who knows?
Oh boy.
Mute yourself like I did. I'm eating too. Hi, James.
Yeah, because I want some of that.
Okay.
How y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
It was either go and get some real food or just snack on this. I promise not to eat during the meeting. I'll turn my video off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, this is what I got sitting up here for if I get hungry during this meeting. Peanut
Oh,
butter.
child.
Huh?
And I just went and got my drink. That's why I was. That's why I wasn't on here when Mr. Thomas got on.
Yeah, now I got my jar of peanut butter because I think we're going to be on here for a minute, right? Right, man?
Girl,
Well,
I don't know why they
I'm
took
gonna do
things so full.
Huh?
I'm gonna do DoorDash if we on here for too long.
Well, we probably going to be here for long now. So, Elise,
Well, if
give me
you
some.
lose me, honey, it'll be on purpose.
Elise,
Yeah.
put me
Yeah.
some of that fruit through here.
Girl, I had all them boxes today. They came like the garage was full and it's empty now.
That's okay. Look, I got my peanut butter sitting right here.
I'm not gonna be on here after 10 o'clock.
Yes, you are. It's not going to be over at 10.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
who start the meeting off tonight?
Well, this is going to start the public hearing, and it's for the Community Development Block Grant, and what's his name?
Rodney?
Rodney is supposed to be on here to do that. Rodney, are you here? Let me call him, because he called me at 4:30 talking about he was waiting on a meeting to start. Okay, I didn't get him.
Well, when someone else when we're supposed to do a public hearing on something else tonight too.
Yes, at 7:30, we're going to do the public hearing on the zoning issues, and that will be conducted by Pat Barrett.
Okay. And so the 6:30 was just for Rodney?
Yes, it was for the Community Development Block Grant hearing, yes.
Well, good evening, everybody. Till we figure out where our next presenter is.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
Stuffing
chocolate. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor.
Hello. We're waiting on you to get on.
Mayor real fast. So,
All right.
Huh?
I didn't know to have his conversation. I didn't know what he was gonna say.
Yeah,
Uh,
I
no,
tried-
he says he's about to get on now.
yeah, I think that's him trying to connect now.
Good evening. Well, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay then, good deal then. All right, well, you're here, so we're going to talk about the grant money. So you can present to us what you have to give us.
Okay. So I'll start with the CDBG. I guess you're already aware the application is largely complete. Just waiting on to complete the hearing and get the sign-in sheet, and that'll finalize that application, and that'll be sent off. And then it's my understanding you guys will, decide what you want to do, whether you want to put it back in the home improvement or whatever you decide. So that's CDBG. And then the other one was the municipal park grant, which is what I put all the information in your packet so that you could kind of take a look at it. You're somewhat familiar with the park grant, but I'll go over it. If you take a look at it says a municipal park grant commission planning grant application. It's 2 pages. It's a very simple application. This is just to plan to do some construction in the park facilities or at the pool. So this grant here, the Municipal Park Commission pays 80% of it, and the city would pay 20%. And if you look on there, it shows you, it's basically their guidelines. We don't set the prices on it. It's basically 80-20 between the city and the commission. Right now, I'd like to ask permission for you guys to apply for the planning grant with no strings attached. We'll just apply for it. And then if we get the grant, we can sit down and have a discussion about, what you plan on doing, what you'd like to do with the grant, and how you'd like to proceed. But right now, at this time, I'd like to at least apply for the planning grant. And then if we get the grant, then we can sit down and discuss terms for construction. So I've included in the packet another sheet, the one that has the, I guess you can call it aqua, green, and yellow colors. That kind of breaks down the cost. It says Municipal Parks Planning Grant for Bell Fountain Neighbors. You basically choose a park or a project, and then we have to have a resolution or a board approval to actually proceed. So that would be the only thing that I'm asking for tonight is if you guys wish a resolution to apply for only the planning grant with no strings attached, basically no fees. We apply for the grant. If we get the grant, then we can discuss the next steps.
Okay.
I've also included, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have a question. This is Alderwoman Dales.
How you doing, Alderman?
Alderwoman.
Alderwoman, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. If we apply for the planning grant, do we still have sufficient time to apply for the parks grant?
Yes, we do. I mean, the planning grant is open all year, but because of the timing and, this late in the summer, it would be my guess the construction wouldn't be until next year. So we'd go out to the planning grant, which is can be a 60 to 75 day process before they give you a decision. That puts us, well into August. And I think the next round for the construction grant doesn't open up, if I'm not mistaken, until February of next year. So construction would only take place next year.
So is there any way you can get specific dates when it does open?
Yes, I can. I do. Let's see here, the Municipal Park Grant, construction grant just opened on the 28th of May. So it's open now, for, you know, projects that have already been planned previously. And since we haven't done the planning process yet, we wouldn't be able to apply for the construction grant. We don't have a project that's already been planned out, you know, professionally. That's the first step. Once you have a project, then you can apply for the construction grant. Now, if we already had a project that was already put together, or if you guys already had one that had concept drawings and specs already put together, then we could skip the planning grant. I don't think it would be the best idea, but if we already had a project, then yes, we could proceed with the construction grant right now and apply for it. But I don't believe that's the case unless you guys already have a project already on paper. So we'd have to go through the process and plan the project first, get approved for that grant, and then the next phase would be to apply for the construction grant, which would be next May in 2021.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Wanda Lane. I'm a member of the public. This is a
Yes,
public
ma'am.
hearing, and before I go any farther, I'm kind of racking my brain looking for the documents that you're talking about. Are those documents somewhere on the city website and I just can't find them?
Okay, if you're a resident, you didn't receive a copy of it. I included a copy in the board members packet first. So
But this
you
is
probably,
a public meeting, correct?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how is where's the information for the public?
Okay,
So-
Rodney, let me say something real quick to
Mhm.
everyone. I'm gonna need to get everybody's name for public hearing and your addresses so that they can go down on the sign-in sheet since we're on Zoom. Also, Wanda, to answer your question, he's speaking about a park grant that he want to present to the board, not tonight. This was just something that he was just discussing with them. The public
okay,
hearing,
that
no,
explains
but that's
it.
okay because he interjected that, but also the public hearing for 6:30 tonight is for the community development block grant. And that form.
That's not what he's talking about.
Not at this moment. I guess he was waiting till more people got on. He was just letting the board know that he wanted to talk a park grant. But that wasn't part of the, so what actually 6:30 meeting is for the community development block grant, and that form was on the website.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. I understand now.
It started too early, an hour early, and that's the CARES Act meeting.
Ma'am?
And by the way, I started with the CDBG. That was what I began with.
I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna get out this fucking. I'm gonna sell this house.
I'm sorry. I do see under new business the agenda allocation of CDBG funds. Is that what you're talking about now?
So I began the discussion with CDBG. That was at the very beginning. That was with what we discussed, just completing the hearing. That's the last process of the CDBG application. We have to have the hearing, we have to have the sign-in sheet, and then the application is largely complete. And so that's what I mentioned at the beginning. That's pretty much all there is to it for CDBG. So there wouldn't necessarily be a bunch of handouts, you know, to pass out. It's basically just information as to where we are with the application. It's 95% complete outside of the hearing and the sign-in sheet. So that's what I mentioned at the very beginning. And then from there, I moved on, and maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe this meeting is only CDBG, and maybe I should hold the municipal park grant stuff until the regular meeting. Is that in order?
I would think so, Rodney, only because it was publicized just for the community development block grant. But one thing that you didn't mention was the amount of money that is allocated to Bellfound Neighbors for the community development block grant. And
So
that amount of money,
City
That-
clerk, I'm sorry, I'm hearing somebody's got a television or something on in the
And I can't
background.
tell where it's coming from. The only thing that's showing my feedback is you right now and then me. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Rodney. I wasn't trying to take
Yes.
over.
No, that's okay. That's fine. So the amount is 29,500. It's the same for you guys every year. And I think in the past you've put it into home improvement, but it's totally up to you guys' discretion what you want to do with it. They do have guidelines, and that's what's in the application that was included in the package. So it has to fall within their guidelines, but it's totally up to the city what they want to do with it. But it's 29,500.
I'm raising my hand here virtually. This is Wanda Lane. I live on Martindale. I don't know enough about what this home community something block funds mean. The $29,500, is that something that's allocated from the county or from the state? And when you say, and the reason I'm asking, I've asked this question several times and have just not been made clear what it is actually. When you say they, you mean does the city want to allocate it toward home improvements, and who decides who gets that money?
Okay, did you want me to answer that, Rodney?
You can, yes, ma'am. I
Unless
can
you
answer it.
got it, go ahead.
So the community.
Wait a minute, Rodney.
Community develop.
Fran, can you mute everybody because we can't hear?
And
Somebody has to.
No.
I can't see who it is because it's not popping up where it's coming from.
Wow.
So if I mute everybody, then nobody will be heard. The only person not muted is Elise, Mary Pearson, Barbara, Alderwoman Reed.
Paula is not muted. A person named Paula is not muted.
Okay, I just muted her and we still hear it. So I'm trying to see where that's coming from.
Can you ask everyone to mute so we can hear?
Yeah. I see where it came from. I got it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't want to mute that person.
Thank you.
All right. So to try to answer that question, the Community Development Block Grant was created through a sales tax that was imposed over the cities. And so what it's basically, it's the closest thing to, I guess it's the closest thing to basically you getting your own money back is basically what it is. So there's a sales tax that was instituted over the city. And then amongst the cities, they divide it based on some guidelines that the CDBG uses to come up with how much each city gets. And it's based on the size of your city. It's based on the income level. It's based on how many houses you have that are vacant and blighted. So there's a number of things that they use to evaluate how much you get. And they have those guidelines. I don't have them, and I don't know what exactly they are, but I do know part of it has to do with how many houses that you have that are empty and that are in need of work.
So the funds are allocated to fixing up empty houses, Well, there's a number of things. So I'm just going to read off the list. There are a couple of ways that they allow you to use it. And so one of the categories is infrastructure and public facility improvements. You can also do public service activities. You can do demolitions, excuse me. And you can also do home improvement programs. Those are the 4 categories. And so whatever you do, it kind of has to fall within one of those 4 groups. And I just said home improvement because I believe in the past that's what you did last year. Who determines that? What category it falls into? Like, who determines of those 4 things that you just read? Who makes a decision where does this $29,500 go? Who makes that decision?
I believe that's up to the board.
Okay, Wanda, what has happened in the previous years since I've been on the board? The board has always directed the money to go back to St. Louis County. They're supposed to have a waiting list of homeowners, and each homeowner gets $5,000 to do home improvement based on their income. So they have to be low income, and they have to have specific needs within their homes, and they also have to agree to continue to live in their home for 5 years. And we've always sent it back to St. Louis County. However, when we've asked for the list of individuals who have received it, St. Louis County has not been able to provide us with that information, nor have they been able to provide us with the information whether it was the homeowner or whether it was a rental property. We don't know. So that's what has happened in the past.
Oh, wow.
Well, thank you, Alderwoman, because, I'm sorry, go ahead, Alderwoman.
Thank you. They also send out inspectors. I got it about 15 years ago, and an inspector comes to your home, and he also helps determine what repairs you need in your home. So I don't know if that helps or not. But I just wanted to add a little bit to what Alderman Dale said.
So the question I have is, and I don't know who can answer this question. I have every month, the beginning of the month, you dial a number at St. Louis County, and they tell you what municipalities that they are assigning funds to. I have called that number for a year, and I never hear the name Belle Fountain Neighbors as a municipality that are being assigned those funds. And the recording says, if you do not hear your municipality, call back again next month. And you call within the first 5 days. So I'm not sure if we're talking about the same funding, because there's a lot of different kind of monies out there. You got Promise Zone money, which I don't think, I know we haven't qualified for, because we have not applied to be a member of the Promise Zone, although Promise Zone is all around us. So there's that money, there's other monies. So I'm trying to determine where this $29,500 is allocated and who determines how it's allocated. So what I'm hearing you say is that the Board of Aldermen actually could assign those funds to infrastructure, which is one of the 4 designations you read off. Am I correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
So, Ms. Lane, to answer your question, yes, when you dial that number that you're calling in St. Louis County, that is the number for these funds. However, since the county allocates such a small amount to Belle Fountain Neighbors, that list fills up very, very fast. So these funds that we're talking about now will not be available until after January 1st, 2021. You hold your hearing a year early, and then like this year, we're working on last year's funds. So these funds will not become available until January 2021. And as they told me, that list fills up quickly because it's only for $29,500. So, and the people that they choose get 5,000. So do the math and see how fast that goes.
Not a lot.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Hey, City Clerk, this is Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Also, if it's my understanding that there's already a list of residents on here from Belle Fountain Neighbors.
Yes, you're
they
absolutely
are not.
right.
Yeah, they are not accepting any new application from us. There's already a list waiting because we do have such a small dollar amount, and there's already a list that they're already working off of.
Right.
So,
Yeah, they did tell me that the list, it's full. It fills up very fast. You know, as soon as that money becomes available, it goes to the people that's on the list. So you just get on that waiting list, and because it's such a small amount. Can I take this time right now, please? And because I've got to have the names and addresses of everybody that's on this. I do have you, all the people, I've got us. But I see a CJ Mabry. I need that person's, I need everybody's address. So if I call your name, I'm gonna unmute everybody because I need to get these addresses for this. Okay, CJ Mabry, can you give me your address?
Yes, ma'am. It's 920 Fontaine Place.
Fontaine Place?
Yes, Fontaine Place.
Okay, thank you. Felicia and Wesley?
Yes, ma'am. This is Felicia Ezel Gillespie, 619 Marshfield Drive.
Thank you. Paula? Someone, Paula? Tracy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Tracy Williams, 10339 Ewell Drive.
Ewell?
Ewell Drive.
Okay, thank you. And Wanda, 99 Martingale.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, 99 what?
15.
Okay, I have
Yes,
to have a
ma'am.
complete address. I think I've got everybody. If I didn't call your name, can you say your name, please? All the people, I have yours. Oh, I see Pastor DC Elliott. I've got your address. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, Rodney, you can go back. I just need to get those.
Okay. So basically it's they call it a grant. It's more like an entitlement, meaning it's your money, you're going to get it, you qualify for it. All you have to do is fill out the application and follow their guidelines, and you pretty much get it. So it's more like an entitlement than it is a grant, because there's no match, or you don't have to spend your money first to be reimbursed. None of that. This money comes directly as an entitlement.
Rodney,
I hope that answers.
I have a question. Yes. So again, tell me what you're proposing.
So for CDBG, I'm not proposing anything. I was just kind of updating you as to where they are with the application, and they're like 95, 99% complete outside of this hearing that we're having right now. The other thing that I began to talk about was the municipal park grant, but I thought she said that we were going to hold that for the regular meeting, or should we discuss that now?
That would be the mayor's decision.
Why don't we discuss it now so that it won't add to the length of the regular meeting? We're just discussing it. We're not doing any action on it.
Okay. So the municipal park grant, you guys have done that before with the park, where it's a grant where you apply for funds to upgrade basically your park and park facilities. And in some cases you can build brand new. They do allow you to build brand new. But the funding is based on the size of the city. And so Bell Fountain, basically based on its size, qualifies for close to $400,000 to upgrade its park or park facilities. Now, the usual process is to apply for what they call the planning grant, where you plan the project, because you have to have schematics, you have to have a lot of information before you actually start construction. And the commission looks highly upon a well-planned project. That's part of how they decide, who's going to actually get the construction grant, because there's actually two grants that are available. There's a planning grant where they pay 80% and the city pays 20%. And that was included in the packet. If you look at the sheet, it says ECSS in the top left. It's colored in aqua, yellow, and green. It kind of spells out the cost. If you look at number 3, it says that the Municipal Parks Planning Grant is 80/20. 80% of that, $6,400, comes from the Municipal Parks Commission. The other 20%, $1,600, would have to come from the city for the planning grant. That's the planning grant. And the way that that works is, of course, with these grants, you have to pay it out and be reimbursed. That's why I'm making a distinction between an entitlement and a grant, because the grants you have to actually pay out and then be reimbursed, but they do 80% on that. So that would be the first step. The second step after we get the planning grant is to apply for the construction grant to actually construct the project or upgrade the facility. And that grant comes available every year in May. So it's available right now, but we don't have a project that's planned. We kind of have some ideas, but they really look highly upon a well-developed project with concept drawings and all the details, necessary cost, order of magnitude cost, so you have a good idea of what it's going to cost and what you're going to do. That's how they determine whether you get the construction grant. And so right now, the only thing I'm really asking is that, so part of the process, you have to have a resolution, which means the board agrees that you guys want to apply for this. You have to all agree. And if you agree, then you have to write a resolution to apply for it. But there's no cost whatsoever at this point. It's totally no strings. We want to try and see if we can get the planning grant first to plan the project, because if we can't get the planning grant or the project, then we just have to, reapply. But I'm pretty certain we can get this planning grant, and I'm almost certain that it'll come pretty fast. I'm well versed with those. Those usually don't take but 60, maybe 75 days to get a determination. The construction grant is a little more tedious and a little more to it and a little bit more competitive because you're competing. The planning grant, it's not a competing grant. So the likelihood of you getting the planning grant is very high. The construction, there is a competitive portion to it because other cities are going after the same amount of money. And it's just a little bit more difficult, more of a process to do the construction grant. But I'm also extremely confident that we'll get that, because I'm extremely confident if we plan a good project, they'll approve it. That's basically how they determine it. And if the board agrees and if everybody agrees that they want to do this, then that's an indication to the park commission that you guys want to do that. That also counts towards the project. Now, yesterday, I attended a park commission virtual meeting that actually gets you a point. So they grade the construction grant on points, and they assign you points based on a number of criteria. One of them is that somebody from the city or myself, a consultant, would attend the virtual municipal training for it, and I've already done that. So you guys already get that point no matter what, and that increases the chances that we'll get the planning grant. So all I would be asking for tonight is a resolution to go ahead, which means I get your permission to go ahead and apply, and we'll apply. There's no cost, there's no agreements, no anything at this point. The other documents that I added in were just contracts that I just wanted you to kind of take a look at. But at this time, that's just for you to view for the future. But right now, I'm not asking for any contract signatures or anything. I just want your permission to go after the grant. And the way that we do that is you guys have to agree on it, and you have to have a resolution which says the city is interested in pursuing this grant for the purposes of planning construction on its park facilities. And I've included an example of the resolution in the packet. It's a fairly straightforward document. It just says that you guys want to apply for this grant, this planning grant.
Rodney?
So that's it. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Were you finished?
Yes, I'm done for now.
This is Alderwoman Tapman. I had a question on the rotation process. Is it
Mhm.
still in place that, even though it's based on the point system, but it also is based on rotation, is it not? Because we just had a part completed, and I think you have to wait, isn't it, every 2 or 3 years or something like that? Because we just had.
Yeah, that is one of the criteria. There's a number of different things that they use to evaluate who gets them because they want to try and be fair. For example, if you've received one over the past several years, then it will push you out.
Yeah, because we just.
Now it does.
Just,
Now it doesn't.
last,
I'm sorry.
We just completed a park last year.
Yes, ma'am. But that doesn't mean that you're out of there. It's just based on a point system and a ranking, and you basically apply, and they kind of let you know yes or no.
So they have.
And a lot of times when you apply, the commission, the president, Pat Kelly, they'll kind of give you a hint as to, whether or not you got a good chance based on how they have you ranked. And that ranking comes from how many times you've already received it consecutively. So yes, you got it last year. That doesn't mean that you're out this year. It just means you got it last year, and someone who didn't get it last year is more likely than you to receive it. But you want to stay in the rotation. You want to always stay in line because there's no cost to apply, and there's no cost for them to say, no, try again next year.
This is Alderwoman West. I don't think the board nor the citizens have identified a park that
Barbie, your volume went away.
Okay, where did it go away at?
I don't know. We didn't hear you.
Yeah, you faded out for a second. Now I can hear you now, though, clearly.
We can hear you now.
Barbie, you're fading out.
I don't know why. My hand is away from the microphone. Did you hear me at all?
Faintly.
Okay, well, I'll just keep quiet.
Can anybody hear her?
The only thing,
Okay, so I said I'll keep quiet.
No.
Is that better?
We hear you now.
Heard that.
Okay, well, I took myself off speaker. So what I said was no citizens nor any board members have identified any parks that we want to have redone. So I think that would be the first step.
I agree with
Yes.
that process because Rodney, didn't you say we have to identify a project before we would?
Yes, ma'am. That's what yep, you'd have to identify a project, and it could be a park, it could be a pool, it could be any facility that's associated with the park. Or it could be a center, a municipal center. We've done multi-purpose centers. So you have some flexibility what you apply for, but generally speaking, it's for parks and park facilities. But there are some cases where, it's been utilized to do remodels at City Hall. We did a remodel at City of Northwood City Hall with the park grant, but we called it a multi-purpose center. So, it's kind of, you have to, first of all, make sure that it falls within one of those categories and make sure that the commission clears it. But you have a little bit of flexibility with that. But they want it to be largely a park or a park facility, something associated with it.
So this is Alderwoman Dale, so we can also use this for our rec center, which has a park with it and our pool.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
So this is Alderwoman West.
I'm sorry,
Go
I wasn't
ahead,
finished.
Elise,
This
I'm sorry.
Alderwoman Dale's. I would recommend that we would use it for our pool, that he can apply for that. I just wasn't finished, Alderwoman West.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, I apologize. Mr. Rodney, I would recommend that we would use it for our rec center, for our pool, and I'm also sharing that with the board.
Okay. Rec center and pool.
Okay, so this is Alderwoman West. I had gotten in touch with a grant writer prior to receiving the information from Mr. Robinson because, as everyone knows, the rec center is my baby. And so I had contacted her, and she was going to have everything ready for me at the next board meeting, and I will pay for her services out of my own pocket.
I'm not sure I understood what you're saying.
Okay, so she's going to write the grants for me for the pool and the rec center. Her name is Tina Zimmerman.
Okay.
And she's going to present everything to the board. I've already gotten the cost, which is $3,500, and so the city won't have to pay for that. I am going to pay for it out of my pocket.
That's because if I understand you utilize the rec center and it's your baby, you love it and you're willing to do what you need to do in order to keep it viable and moving along. Is that right? I don't know if she's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have muted myself again. Yes, that is correct.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other?
I was just going to ask a clarifying question. So the next public hearing is at 7:30 when we have our regular board meeting?
Yes, the board meeting starts off with the 7:30 public hearing, and then we go directly into the board meeting.
Okay, I would like to make a recommendation that any further conversations wait until 7:30 to avoid any problems with sunshine in our minutes.
Okay, one thing I see a few more people popped on and I don't have your address. And I need your address and your first and last name for our minutes for the public hearing information. So Renita, you're muted. You muted yourself. I can't unmute you. Okay, no, you don't want to tell. So if anyone popped on and I did not get your address, can you please give me your address so that we can try and get this grant money? Your name and address helps with this grant money for your city. Okay, I guess they don't want to. Go ahead, Rodney.
Okay, that's pretty much it. Unless somebody else has more questions or anything.
Rodney, this is Alderwoman
Yes.
Reed. And we talked about this. I'm believing, if I'm recollecting right, this was like in January of this year. And we spoke about the park grant that we literally was still working on getting reimbursed for. And that park grant was based upon points that the city earns when the chief and the mayor attend certain meetings. And at that time, we had exhausted all of our points by redoing the Bissell Hill Park. And I know since the pandemic, I mean, because you were there when the Wise Group was speaking. And at that time, we didn't have any points to use towards a park grant. So how is it advantageous for us to apply for a grant that we don't have the ability to apply for yet?
So you were told last year that you're
No, that was this January. Remember you came
Yeah, you
to
were
our
told.
meeting?
Yep, I do. And you were told that since you received it, that you should not apply again this year? Because usually they'll tell you, they're pretty open about it. because it's, you know, it's kind of an open line of communication between Pat Kelly and Steve. They kind of open to the cities. They'll usually give you a pretty good indication. And if they said that, then yes, I would hold out a year. But there's nothing that it costs, and for you to apply and to just stay in the line, even if you got somebody else to do it. That's just a suggestion of mine that you stay in line. But unless you've been told, that you shouldn't be in line this time, I usually tell cities to go ahead and apply for it and let them decide. Because what happens is you get cities that are much more well suited for you and haven't utilized this grant, but they don't have no planning process, so they don't get the grant. And so at the end, when the dust settles, if you're in line and you got cities that haven't qualified and haven't done their due diligence to receive it, they don't get the grant, and so they have to go to the next person in line. And oftentimes, that's why we want to well, okay, how do the cities that, for example, don't appear to need the money, how come they end up getting it? Well, there are a lot of cities that line up, but they don't have all of their I's dotted and their T's crossed. And so when the dust settles, they don't get the construction grant, and they go to the next person in line. And so that's why I say always do it. Or they back out for whatever reason.
No, I
Some of
mean,
them just
I
back
think
out.
you're talking about two different things, because you're talking about the construction and the park grant. I am specifically talking about the park grant, the $420,000 grant.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. The same thing.
But you just said construction grant.
Yeah, there's a construction portion of the park grant. There's two grants with the Municipal Park Commission. There's the planning grant and the construction. There's two different ones. But they all fall under the same umbrella. The first one is just the planning.
Do they not work by a point system? Is that not part of the qualification?
The construction grant, the larger one, is a point system. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And so, like I said, they usually let you know. And in fact, we could give them a call and save ourselves some time. And Pat will lay it all out on the line. It's not a big secret as to where we stand and where we rank. We could call them and save ourselves some time, and he'll zero us in as to whether we are very likely to get it this year or whether we should get out of line. And since I hadn't heard that, my assumption was, to get in line. Unless you've been told not to, I always tell cities to do so, only if they want to, though.
I think we can stay in line.
But what I can do, I can give them a call and see exactly where we rank. And I'll try to have that information for you guys tomorrow, because I just don't recall you being on the list where they said absolutely not. But it's possible. It's possible. If you got one last year, you got one the year before, then it's very possible that you're not highly ranked. But you got to be careful with that, because there are a lot of people that apply and they don't get it because there's a match portion to the construction, right? So if you get a grant, cities have to be able to financially foot the bill for the project first and then being reimbursed. And oftentimes that's a challenge for our cities. And so they have good intentions, but by the time the project develops, they may not have the funding to do it. And so they have to get out of line.
This is Alderwoman West. I was told that we would not be voting on anything tonight in regards to what you're presenting. I was told that, you gave us this information to look over so that we could vote on it. And so I'm just kind of like needing time for.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I understand. I'm not asking for a vote. I just wanted to be clear what I am asking for at some point in time. And what I'm asking for doesn't cost. That's the main thing right now. There's no cost. And that we need their approval to actually apply. But you don't have to vote on it tonight. You don't have to vote on it, until your pleasure, and only if you're interested. But right now, what I'm saying is, let's apply for the planning grant. I know I can get that for you guys. And then you can make a decision as to what your next steps are.
But tonight in our regular board meeting, we will have to approve the resolution. Is that not right? Ronnie?
It would be nice because I can start the application process. It's free of charge, and that way you've already started that 60-day process. And then, while simultaneously, I can contact him to find out exactly what your ranking is.
So this is Alderwoman West again. So you said there's no charge right now. But
No charge.
In order for you to write the grant, will there not be a charge associated with that?
No charge. No charge. Absolutely no charge to write this grant because I'm confident that we'll get it. And the main thing is it does no good without the construction portion. So we can get this planning grant and we can plan it. That's great. But the main thing is the construction because that's what we're actually going to utilize. So there's no cost. There's no cost.
You will be paid something, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If the board decides to hire me to do it, and that would be at a later stage after we actually get the grants.
Okay, so I would personally like to know what that charge will be up front.
So, and that's what I included in the packet, and it's not necessarily my fees. I included the Municipal Park Planning Grant application, and that's the one that says Municipal Park Grant Commission Planning Grant application. It has the fees kind of on there. If you look at it, if everybody can pull it up, it says the commission will fund 80% of the planning costs, which is $6,400. And $6,400 is 80% of $8,000, which is the cost to write the grant. So the city would be responsible for $1,600. The commission would pay $6,400 if we got this grant.
Okay, so what if we don't get the grant?
No cost, zero cost, no love lost, and we go at it again. No risk.
Okay.
See, I do these on a regular basis, and I've gotten real good at those, so I'm pretty sure we can get it. And I don't want to put you guys in a situation where you're paying me and you're at risk. So I'm trying to take out some of the risk and make sure we achieve the objective of getting the funding first and then proceed. The construction grant is a little bit more tedious, and we, if we get to that point, we'd have to talk about cost. This one here is pretty straightforward. I could do it, and no cost, no risk. And if we get it, then after we get it, the way it would work is I would plan your project, whatever your swimming pool, whatever construction, whatever you want to do. So I have a summary agreement that I included in there. And what I would do, I would have a meeting with the staff and administrators to get your ideas on the project, what you want to do. I would produce 2 alternatives, and that's designs, 2 actual pieces of paper with designs on them for you to choose and to add and to take away and put input on. So you have 2 choices. I'm going to give you 2 alternatives. I'm going to present it also to the residents for them to put input in on it. And then I'll coordinate all of that into 2 drawings, and I'll bring it back to the board, and you'll have 2 alternatives that you've had input on and the residents have had input on. And I'll also give you a order of magnitude cost for the entire project so we know exactly how much it costs.
So we have like about, 9 minutes left?
Oh boy, I'm talking too much. I'm so sorry. I talked too much.
If the board, if we want to utilize that 9 minutes to kind of discuss what we want. Do we want to renovate a park? What do we want to do?
No, you could take your time.
Give us some time if we could do that.
Well, just for a point of clarity, Fran, weren't we on, this was supposed to be for the Community Block Development Grant. And I thought we normally make a motion to say how we're going to use those funds. Is that not what you wanted by the end of this meeting, right, Fran?
That's exactly what we need.
Okay.
We did discuss that.
Okay, so I was getting on here for that, and I have wanted to use that for things related to Parks and Rec, whether it be a basketball court in Bissell Hill Park, whether it be to help fund some of the pool renovations that we need at the, the rec center. And I'm talking about the $29,500 that would be available to us come January 2021.
Oh,
So I think we
and I
suppose
think
the motion for that.
and I think Elise agrees with what she said earlier. Is that correct, Alderwoman Dales?
You're muted, Elise.
That's, Alderwoman, West, you are correct. You are correct.
Okay.
So then I guess I can just make a motion for us to use that community development block grant to fund parks and rec activities as we, see fit.
Christian will second.
Christian, you said motion to utilize the 29,500 to fund park and rec center. What did you say?
Park and rec, activities and repairs, whatever we need concerning that area.
Somebody put pool on there.
So,
This is Alderwoman Tapman, just for a point of clarity. So I may have misunderstood. I thought the community block grant funds were already earmarked for residents that's been on the waiting list for 2 years. Did I not hear that?
No, we motion for it every year.
Right.
Every year when she's getting ready, she being city clerk, just been a woman recently, we always motioned on how we wanted to spend that money. And it's just for the last few years, at least 4, I know they have always been earmarked for homeowners repairs.
So that's why I want a point of clarity. I thought I heard someone say that we already had a waiting list. Ms. Stevens, did I not hear that we had a waiting list already for persons who have applied for those funds already?
Okay, yes, there is a waiting list and there's always going to be a waiting list. However, every year when this money come out, that's the reason for this public hearing. You can vote on if you want to continue to put it in the home repairs for the residents, or if you want to utilize it in another area. So it's not that you just necessarily have to put it to that home repairs. It can go for other improvements as well.
No, I just needed clarification because for me, I would want that money to stay to assist our citizens because, we have citizens who are not able to make improvements other than the assistance that we could give them. So,
Dinah, you are really far away. You're really, really far away.
Can you hear me? Okay, hold on.
Can I?
Am I better?
Can I?
Yeah.
Can you hear me better? No, what I was saying, since we're discussing, for me, I lean more towards that money to be used towards assisting citizens in making much needed repairs. As we all know, our city is deteriorating. Property values are deteriorating because of much needed maintenance work. And I think if we can continue to assist citizens in upgrading and repairing our homes, I would lean more towards that 29,000.
I think I'll piggyback on what Alderwoman Dale said, that for years we have not even been able to know where, like they don't keep a separate pot for Bell Fountain people and, different communities. And there's no way for us to know who in our community has even benefited from us giving this $29,000 year after year. We're not seeing any fruits of actually depositing that with St. Louis County. They can't tell us who's getting it, if anyone in Bell Fountain Neighbors is getting it. So,
I do want to say, if I can, that CDBG, there's 4 separate categories. One of them they call infrastructure and public facility improvements. The other is public service activities. The other is demolition. And the last is the home improvement. So when you make that motion, I think you do have to be a little bit careful because while they say public facility improvements, I don't think they'll want you to use it for parks because they realize that there's a fund for parks. So CDBG is through St. Louis County. And that's why they set the criteria. So basically what I'm saying is I don't know that your motion was to use it for parks. I think that word park might cause a problem because I don't think they wanted the CDBG specifically for parks. It says infrastructure and public facility improvements, but you have to get it cleared with them. What exactly it is, because they're aware that the parks receive funding through the Parks Commission, and so they want to try to guide this funding. So I'm just saying, be careful how you word that motion, and that we'll have to make sure that it can go to parks. I'm not certain that we can steer to parks.
Well, then I will motion it just for rec center repairs as needed. Tonight,
Rodney, I think we should approve the resolution to proceed. And this motion here may be a little premature.
No, we have to have this motion, Mayor, in order for her to apply for the community development block grant. She has to have that. That's why I asked about it a couple months ago. We're behind on this. That's two separate things. What he's talking about for the resolution, this is different. And we're actually been talking about three different things tonight already.
Yeah, that's true.
This Alderwoman Dales.
Okay.
This is Alderwoman Dales. Rodney, can you say the 4 items specifically what the money can be used for? I just want to write them down.
Okay, so it's in, by the way, board members, it's page 4 in your packet. It says activity description. It says infrastructure and public facility improvements, the use, engineering, and quantitative descriptions as necessary. I won't read all of that. The second one is public service activities. The third one is demolition. And the last is the home improvement program. So it has to kind of fall within that. We could possibly make the motion general enough that you could do it tonight, but I'm just only concerned about that one word park, because I know that when they see that they might not like that. Even though technically you can use it on some of the park facilities, you just have to be careful. It's a very thin line, and they have to make sure that whatever you're doing,
Thanks,
they're
Rodney.
okay with.
Rodney, we got a resident that wants to say something, and we're at 7:30
Okay. All right.
So this is CJ from Fontaine Place. I had a question. One of the 4 categories, if we place when it comes to public facilities, could we, since the pool is attached to the rec center, can we use the public facility category?
It's very possible. So we'd have to get it cleared, but yes, see how you just worded it was, I mean, both of you are saying the same thing, but you didn't say park. That's what I was trying to say. So
right,
we have to be careful how we, but yes, I think we can do it, and I think we can utilize it exactly how you want to, Alderwoman Reed, but we just have to be careful about that one word park, because they want to separate those funding mechanisms, and they know about the park commissions. But yes, it can be used for that facility is basically what I'm saying, but we do have to make sure that it's the wording of that motion is something that they'll live with.
Well, I think we need to be specific in the motion that we make and refer to it as a park, not a park, but public facility, and not mention any park, because to be honest with you, one of the reasons we chose to reside in, or to even come back to Bellefontaine, because my dad raised us in Bellefontaine, and we left I got married and I returned, and we're considering buying a home in Bellefontaine. And one of the reasons is because of the rec center. I have a 12-year-old son, and we have numerous family members that come and enjoy the rec center on a regular basis all year round.
So Rodney, could you help us word that in a way that doesn't jeopardize our chances?
Yeah, I think she's got it. She can just say facility improvements, and then I think we're absolutely fine.
Alderwoman Reed, would you be willing to redo your motion?
Mayor, this Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott, for a point of clarification, I think for public hearings, we are here to hear information and let the public speak. We may need to have that on our agenda for our regular public meeting for us to vote on it, because we normally have it embedded in our general meeting, the public hearing, then we vote on stuff. So right now we're about to vote outside of our public meeting if we do anything at this point. So if during the amendment of the agenda is added for us to vote on, then I think that will be proper for our record keeping purposes.
Okay, and also I'd like to add that allocation of community development block grant funds is on the agenda for 7:30.
Yes, that's where we should do that.
All right, then do we need for you to withdraw your motion and the second?
I withdraw my motion.
All right.
With
Thank
that,
you. Okay, so it is time now for us to start our regular board meeting. And so I'll call the meeting to order, the regular board meeting to order. And we'll have swearing in and seating of new elected officials.
Well, actually, the 7:30, we were going to have the public hearing for the zoning first and then call the 7:30 meeting to order.
All right, and then let's proceed with that then. Pat, is that you?
Pat Barry. Pat, you've got yourself muted there. Pat, you just muted yourself again.
Excuse me, Fran, are you doing roll call or you have already done roll call?
No, this is for the public hearing. The roll call come when the regular board meeting starts.
Okay, okay.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Back in March and later in May, Planning and Zoning took a look at a couple of different issues. And tonight, we've got a couple of different board bills that we want to present. The first one is number 2580. That is amending section 2990 of the code, zoning code. And that is the sign regulations for non-residential districts. There is a subpart C that we wanted to add a couple of sentences to. And if you've got the board bill there, the part that we're adding is no sign shall be air-powered, inflated, or mechanized in such a way as to wave, move, or bring attention to themselves. Scrolling marquees shall be allowable so long as they do not exceed 18 inches in height by 84 inches in width. That is an amendment to subpart C. Then we're adding a couple of new subparts, F and G, and F is reasonable security lighting or motion detection systems for security purposes shall be acceptable. Such systems shall be tested, adjusted, and calibrated by their installers to avoid nuisance tripping. And the last part is displays for public information operated by the City of Bellefontaine neighbors, by St. Louis County, or by nonprofit sports facilities shall be allowed. They may include scrolling marquee signs or video signs of any resolution. Size and placement limitations for signs shall apply. Again, that's Board Bill 2580. I'll move on to 2581 if that is all right.
Yes, proceed.
Okay. 2581 kind of springs from an earlier attempt to update some of our building permit fees. What we've got here, let's see, is to update fees for sections 2995, 29112, and 29118. I did want to note, and I would like the meeting minutes to show that the fees that we're going to be recommending are lower than those in the board bill, which appeared on the city website. So I'll go through those fees here and answer any questions you have. For 2995, that is about conditional use permits. We are recommending that commercial conditional use permits be priced at $400. I think they're presently $350. Conditional use permits for residential or for in-home childcare would be recommended for $175. Moving on to zoning changes, that's section 29112, zoning changes and amendments. We are recommending an initial filing fee of $250. I believe those are 200, yes, 200 currently. And lastly, under section 29118, these are for occupancy certificates, occupancy permits. We are recommending that residential occupancy permits shall be $40, and the fee for a commercial occupancy permit would be $125. In all cases, we raise these by the 12%, which the Bureau of Labor Statistics has said has been the inflation since 2012, the last time the fees were increased, rounded up a little bit in order to make them more easily implemented. Would anybody have any questions?
Any questions, anyone? Okay. You can proceed, but I don't see any questions.
Okay. Those were the only section 29 zoning ordinances or board bills rather on tonight's docket.
Mm-hmm. And so are you looking to pass that tonight?
We would, yes.
Then is there a motion to proceed?
Well, Mayor,
We have,
oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, it's Alderman Thomas. I think we was thinking to say the same thing. Don't we need to go through the roll call and then?
Yeah, we're gonna, this right now is just for Pat to do his presentation for
Right.
his zoning issues. And then we'll open the meeting, Mayor, and get the roll call and start from there.
All right, then I'll go back to where I was with swearing in and seating of the new elected officials.
Okay.
I beg your pardon?
I said, okay.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay. So we're swearing Ward 1 person, Dana Tapman. You raise your right hand.
Excuse me, where was, can somebody?
Yeah, let's see who that is. Okay, we got
Okay, are we starting the meeting? Because we normally have swearing in on the meeting so we can have them in our minutes. We're not in a meeting yet, so are we at that point yet to be in a meeting?
I'll call the meeting to order and the
Oh,
clerk.
she didn't do a roll call and open it up. We still in the public hearing.
Well, let's do the roll call and we're in a regular board meeting, so let's do the roll call and then do the swearing in if you would. I guess that's the procedure. Is that the correct procedure?
We approve the agenda, and if swearing in needs to be added, if it's not there, then we can add it to the agenda, because all of that is normally on the regular board meeting agenda. It wasn't on there, but if it needs to be amended, we need to start the meeting as normal at this point with all the normal procedures, approval of the agenda, and if it's going to be amended to include swearing in, all that goes on there. So that's what we have to do at this point so we can be in a public meeting.
Okay, swearing in is on the agenda. I guess it's just not in the order that you were looking for it to be.
Oh, well, we just haven't started the meeting, so that's where we're trying to get to the point of roll call and starting the meeting. It haven't started yet.
Okay, Mary, you want me to do the roll call now?
Please do.
Okay.
But before you start, how can you do a roll call if the elected officials have not been sworn into office? I mean, even though we technically have, I know I have and Jamie have. However, if we're going to, you have to swear them in for them to take their seats, for them to do the roll call. At least that's what I thought.
Well, that's what I thought as well. That's why if you look at the agenda, it says call meeting to order, which the mayor did. And then it says swearing in and then roll call. That's the way the agenda reads right now.
So how can you do a roll call if they haven't been sworn in?
I'm sorry, excuse me. This is Dorothy Hoyt Coleman. It appears to me that the agenda in the order that the city clerk has it is correct. You have the call to order, the swearing in, and then the roll call, and then the approval of the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we do the swearing in now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I have one more question, Fran. Are you gonna do us all at one time or one at individually?
I was going to do individual. How do you guys normally do it? So I can do it the way you normally do it.
We normally did all at one time, but I mean, since we're by phone. So.
Right, okay, that's good. We can do all of them. So we'll be swearing in Dinah Tapman with Ward 1. And those that were sworn in already, do you go through it again? That was going to be my question. Elise?
It doesn't hurt one way or the other.
Okay, so it'll be Dinah Tapman, Ward 1, James Carroll, Ward 2, James Washington Thomas, Ward 3, and Elise Dales, Ward 4. So everybody raise their right hand. And then as I call, you would say your name. Ward 1.
I, Dinah Tapman.
Ward 2.
I, James Carroll.
Ward 3. James Thomas, your mic is turned off.
Okay. I, James W. Thomas Sr.
Okay. Ward 4.
I, Elise Dales, Ward 4.
Okay. The undersigned.
The undersigned.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Is everybody saying?
Do solemnly swear.
Solemnly swear.
That I support the Constitution.
That I support the Constitution.
Of the United States.
Of the United States.
And the state of Missouri.
And the state of Missouri.
The provisions of all laws.
The provisions of all laws.
Of this state affecting.
Of this state affecting.
Cities of this class.
Cities of this class.
And the ordinances of this city.
And the ordinances of this city.
And that I faithfully demean.
And I faithfully demean.
Myself in the office.
Myself in the office.
To which I was elected.
To which I was elected.
To my to the 4-year term.
To the 4-year term.
Of alderman in, and then say your ward.
Of the alderman
in the 3rd ward.
Of the alderwoman of Ward 4.
Ms. Tapman.
Okay, I said Alderwoman in Ward.
On the second day of June 2020.
On the second day of June
Second day of
2020.
June 2020.
Okay, shake hands.
All right, let's take a picture and shake your hand and
Congratulations, everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everything is new these days.
Yeah.
Okay. Investments. Now, roll call.
Okay. Alderwoman West,
Present.
Alderwoman Tapman,
Here.
Alderwoman Reed,
Present.
Alderman Carroll,
Here.
Alderman Thomas,
Present.
Alderman Christian,
Here.
Alderwoman Dales,
Present.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Present.
and then we have the Mayor Pearson, City Attorney Dorothy White Coleman, Police Chief Eiler, myself, the City Clerk Treasurer Howard. Are you here?
Present.
Oh, yes, and Treasurer Howard. And then I see Kathy Broussard. Okay.
Here.
The collector.
All righty. Then we need the approval of the agenda with any changes that need to take place.
This is Alderwoman West.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to amend tonight's agenda with the following. Number 1, I would like to change number 6 on the agenda to read meeting open to the public for 3 minutes and eliminate, and I quote, or as long as the mayor deems necessary, unquote. Now, do you want me to do these separately because I have 3? Fran?
Oh, I don't care. You can do them one at a time so we can make sure we get them right. So,
Okay, so I move to change number 6 to read meeting open to the public for 3 minutes and eliminate or as long as the mayor deems necessary.
okay.
Christian second.
Okay. What's the next one?
I didn't get a second.
Christian.
Or do you want me to read them? I'm sorry.
I said Christian second them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, number 2.
Alderwoman West, before you move on, I'd like to take a vote on that because I do not approve of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll call.
Well, I got a point of clarification, Alderwoman West. You said
Who is this?
this is, I'm sorry, this is Alderwoman Chapman. I just want to point of,
okay.
Yes, point of clarification. You said eliminate or, correct? As long as the mayor deemed necessary.
Yes, just to eliminate that phrase.
Okay, so you're not saying to
But the meeting will be open to the public for 3 minutes. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, so we're taking a roll call vote. Alderwoman West.
Yes.
Alderman Christian.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
No.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
Alderwoman Tapman.
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2. We have 6 yes and Mayor.
All right. Proceed to the next one.
Remove the over 500 from the agenda because the board has not received the over $500 list to review.
Christian second.
Okay. Okay. Roll call vote as well.
I received my list, so you can. I mean, it's fine with me. We can eliminate it.
It doesn't.
Okay, what's
We
the
have to
next?
proceed with the roll call vote.
Oh, Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderman Tatman,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
I had a question. Alderwoman Dales, how did you receive a list? I didn't get one.
I never received one either.
It's
Yeah.
one in my packet.
Your
She
packet,
picked
like
up
you
her-
picked it up from the office?
Yes.
You didn't get an email? Okay,
No.
okay. Yes, then, I didn't receive it.
Okay. Alderwoman Dales,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a
Okay.
question though, Fran. I mean, do you have these? Because I hate for bills to go unpaid. So do you have them where you can send them to us now? Do you have them
Yeah.
electronically?
I don't know how to do it on my phone.
Alderwoman Reed, there was gonna be a motion later for a special meeting and it was gonna include those approvals.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we won't
Okay,
have
sorry.
time to review them. Okay, that's okay.
Go ahead, Barb, sorry.
Okay. I move to add to tonight's agenda an emergency closed session for the purpose of discussing sections 610.0211 and 610.0213, which reads, legal actions, causes of action, litigation, or privileged communications between the city's representative and its attorneys. That's 610.021 and 610.0213 is for hiring, firing, disciplining, or promoting employees.
Second.
And that ends it.
Second.
Are there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposers, nay. All right.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda as well.
Proceed.
And for report of number 15, I would like for the report of the alderman to be at least 3 minutes or shorter as well. But just as we give the citizens 3 minutes, the alder people should have 3 minutes as well.
I second. Alderwoman West.
All right.
Can we do a roll call vote?
Roll call vote, yes.
Okay. Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman.
Did you call me? I can't hear.
Yes, Dales, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
And I missed someone. Who did I miss?
Teresa.
Yes, Alderwoman Reed
Yes.
and Alderwoman Tatman.
Yes.
So for a point of clarification, do we just need to make a motion now to approve the agenda as amended and move on from there?
Yes.
I don't have board elections that I can see on my agenda.
Which board elections? Which board elections?
Well, don't we vote on the board presidents and what have you?
Oh, that's under new business. That's C, under new business. It's on the agenda.
Under number 13, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
All right.
I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Christian, second.
Are there any further discussions? All in favor, say, well, roll call vote, I guess.
Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderwoman Tatman,
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Mayor.
Okay, so the agenda is approved. Meeting open to the public for 3 minutes each. Meeting open to the public, yes.
We skipped over the
Mayor.
minutes.
We have to approve, we gotta do the unapproved minutes.
Okay, I'm,
Oh.
I
Just
had
one-
muted myself.
Okay, unapproved minutes.
I had muted myself, Mayor. I'm sorry. I just tried to get to the mute button right quickly.
He jumped, he missed
Yeah,
something.
I jumped too far. It's unapproved minutes now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to approve the unapproved minutes.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the 5/21/2020 unapproved minutes.
Is there a second?
Second,
Who said that? I'm sorry.
Alderwoman Tapman.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposers, nay.
I abstain.
What?
Okay.
He abstained.
I wasn't elected then.
Okay.
Um,
So meeting open to the public.
Oh, we got two more, but one of them I wasn't there, so I didn't make the motion for that. I'm sorry, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve the 6/4/2020 minutes, unapproved minutes, and then someone from that meeting can approve the next one.
Okay. Is there a second? For the
Christian
6/4.
second.
Okay, Christian second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposers, nay.
Mayor, I'm
Yes.
sorry, this is Alderwoman Reed. I had told the city clerk that on that bill number 2579, I said no, and that wasn't changed on my copy. So I'm not sure if that was changed already or not.
What are you?
Okay, so I would like to make a, I would like to rescind my motion and make a motion to amend the 6/4/2020 meeting minutes to include the correction noted by Alderwoman Reed. And I did send a correction that hopefully is captured, that I congratulated Alderman Carroll and not Alderman Reese in the win. And so those are the only two changes that that I submitted before the meeting. So those would be the changes as amended.
All right, so are you making a new motion?
Yes, I made a new motion to accept the minutes as amended with those changes that's
Is there a
been
second?
provided to them. Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second. It's Alderwoman Reed.
All in favor say aye.
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 Opposers, nay.
I abstain.
Okay.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes for May 28th, 2020.
Christian second.
Are there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposers, nay.
I abstain.
Abstain.
Abstain for Alderwoman Reed. I was not present.
And Avant Elliott.
Okay. All right, the minutes are approved then.
What?
No, the minutes were approved. So 5/21/2020. What are we-
5/28, Mayor, 2020.
That was 5/28 we just did, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
So what did we do with 5/21?
Oh, that was approved first. That was
Oh, that was first?
approved first. Yes, sir.
Okay,
They're all approved now.
my apology. Public, meeting over to the public.
Wanda Lane, 9900 Martindale. According to Ordinance 1438, paragraph C, no person serving as president of the Board of Aldermen may serve as budget director or chairman of any preparation or monitoring of the annual budget of the city while holding the office of president of the Board of Aldermen. On May 14 and June 11, such public discussions occurred at the direction of the president of the board under the guise of strategic planning meeting, which in its term you choose to categorize. According to Ordinance 2418B, the city administrator shall be appointed by the mayor with the approval of the Board of Aldermen and serve at the will of the mayor and hereinafter provided. There has been multiple public discussions regarding the creation of this position, clearly in violation of the above ordinances. The decision of shall be appointed by the mayor is clear. What is confusing and misleading is why this position continues to be discussed independent of the mayor. This is not the first time this city's officials have participated in disseminating confusing information to the public. The previous city attorney received a response from the Missouri Attorney General's office in response to a citizen's complaint that reads, in part, we want to make the city aware that inconsistencies between what is listed on public documents and expressed during a public meeting cause confusion and raise concerns about how the city conducts business. Our office hopes this matter has been addressed in such a manner in which to avoid future concerns. That communication was dated August 7, 2017. Barely 3 years later, the city finds itself in the same situation. I am asking the Board of Aldermen to carefully consider who you vote for the president. No one is above the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Felicia Bishop. I'm a resident, of course, of BOA Fountain. And I just wanted to know, had there been given any consideration to how we could diversify our police department more, as well as with everything that's going on around us in the world with police brutality and things of that nature? I was wondering,
You broke up. I can't hear you now. Ms. Bishop?
from spilling over into our community to assure our resident safety as well as visitor safety. Also, I wanted to address my concerns for the lack of policing in Bell Fountain. Our police department seems to be invisible, except for in particular areas of Bell Fountain. And I just wanted clarity on how we're gonna get some of these things to be better.
All right, we'll have the chief to address that in his report. Thank you. Anyone else?
AFQ Taylor, 9700 block of Birchman Court.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
My name's
AFQ Taylor, 9700 block of Birchman Court. I just wanted to say I wanted to commend the police that responded up at the shooting at the gas station at Bell Fountain Chambers. Yeah, I think it happened after the budget meeting, which was this week, sometime Tuesday. looking at it on Real STL News, our police officer that was speaking with one of those reporters for that media source was very informative with the information, very polite. It honestly looked good coming from Bell Fountain that our police were cordial to the public that was on scene. So I just wanted Chief Eiler to know that I commend the police department for how they appeared on social media in response to that shooting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Dwayne Elliott, 1137 Jolene Drive, chaplain for the Bellefontaine Police Department. Couple of things real quick. I heard some comments about the upcoming election of the president of the Board of Aldermen. And one of the things that I would like to just share with people for them to consider is it's not a popularity contest. It's a position where you need to be competent on the laws and the ordinances of the city. It's a place where you have accountability for the processes and due processes that are supposed to be upheld. And if anybody looks at the processes that are being followed, in some cases, you can see that there are some flaws and some chinks, and anybody standing up to try to correct those issues so that we operate according to the ordinances that are written should be commended. I think that the board still sometimes defaults to a position of jockeying for position and not working together consistently for the purpose of the city. And you can tell by the types of dialogues and conversations that take place during the board meetings and even the comments back and forth towards each other. And so I think that as this board continues to mature and as we continue to put the city first, that you'll find that trying to uphold the ordinances that the city has put in place and the processes that are in place is designed to protect the city from lawsuit, sunshine requests, and other possible reactions. I think that's something that should be embraced, and you should consider the competency of whoever you choose to vote for in the position of president of the Board of Aldermen. In reference to the police, I talked to the police chief today, and he is still firmly committed to community outreach and education as far as policing goes in the city. And he always opens the door, usually for people, even citizens, to come and have a conversation with him. If you have any questions about policing, go talk to the police chief directly or any of the officers, and you can get more information about how they are in the community, what they're doing, and what their day looks like. And I think you'll get a better perspective on what policing is like in Bellefontaine. If you look at the levels of crime, we have a lower level of crime than our surrounding areas, and that's attributed to the police department. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are there any further comments from the public?
I just have one comment to make, Mayor. According to Ordinance 1413, the responsibility of the president of the Board of Aldermen is to be present in the Wanda Lane. Wanda Lane.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Lane.
Yes, ma'am. According to, again, Ordinance 1413, the responsibility of the president of the Board of Aldermen is to be present in the absence of the mayor. That's all the ordinance states. So if that position has morphed into something else, the public needs to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to comment? If not, then we will proceed with the agenda. So we remove the invoices for over 500 from the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. If at this time you will want to honor me making a motion for the special board meeting to approve the budget and the over 500s, we could do it at this time, unless you want me to wait until new business.
Let's do it at this time. That's fine.
Okay, what is the board's pleasure on a date, for us to meet to approve the budget? The treasurer is on the call. He can give us an estimate of how much more time is needed, but, we can set the date and I can do the motion based on the discussions.
I like next Thursday.
Okay,
You like what now?
next Thursday.
Thursday evenings or Monday evenings work best for me.
Anyone else?
I will not be available Thursday.
Is Monday better for you?
I could do Monday.
Monday, treasurer, is that enough time?
This
Is that
Treasurer
Monday?
Howard?
it's all.
Okay, go ahead.
Thomas. Friday is better for me.
Oh, not Monday at all?
Nope.
Okay.
And Monday's not good for me either.
Are we talking about Monday the 22nd?
Mm-hmm.
That's not good for me.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
it might give maybe you and the treasurer, Patrick, more time to work on the budget since we have a negative to bring to the board. So, I mean, we can continue to operate with the current budget that we have, and we could take the meeting after the holiday, and that will give everyone an opportunity to go over the budget themselves. And when you bring it to us, we have all the information that we need. So I'm looking at maybe July the 7th, July the 7th, Mayor?
July the 7th on a Tuesday?
Yes.
We still need to do the over 500s to avoid any fees, so we was gonna have a special meeting for that anyway.
And
Well,
our
I'm
budget,
speaking specifically about the budget to give the mayor and the treasurer and each alderperson an opportunity to go line by line themselves. And when the mayor bring it to us, then we can have enough time to see if we can bring it in line. We can always have 2 special meetings. It doesn't necessarily have to be the budget included in the special meeting upcoming. We know we have to pay the bills.
our budget ends on June 30th, though.
Right,
We have in previous years continued on with the current budget, and we need to get our budget in line so we will not go into the next fiscal year in the red. And it gives everyone an opportunity to work on the budget, including the mayor, who is supposed to present it to the board, and the treasurer.
So I was under the impression that the presentation was what was the Tuesday meeting, that was what that was for. So, so Thursday, if we go with Thursday, we can have an agenda item to make a motion for one more, either that Monday the 29th, but we need to at least have one so we can have the over 500s as well.
I'm sorry. Is Patrick, Treasurer Howard still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Could you recommend, because it'll be you and the mayor working on the budget, could you kind of help us kind of gauge how much time you would need to prepare the budget in order for us to look at it and vote on it?
The mayor and I reviewed the budget, and the meeting this past Tuesday was the open meeting to discuss it with everyone.
Right.
Unless there was any additional updates, I received one from the chief. Besides the one update from the chief, there were no additional adjustments provided for the budget. So the budget as it was sent out yesterday was the actual final budget, though it is in a deficit. Unless there are any line items that we deem necessary to change, that will be consistent with how the budget has been.
Okay.
You faded out on it, but Patrick, I still would like for you and me to get together again on the budget before it's passed and
Okay, good.
discuss some things, how we can trim that budget a little bit more.
Okay.
So Thursday, will Thursday work? Because whatever, so my understanding, because I didn't make it to the board meeting when they did do the final approvals last year, but what it looked like was still adjustments that were made on the day of, and it was approved with the understanding that those changes would take place in the final budget. So it's still not where we're approving it without any further changes, but if we get to the point of whatever the mayor is recommending, then the board can go from there. So as individuals like to refer to the budget process, the Board of Aldermen may revise, alter, increase, or decrease the items contained in the proposed budget. Section 2-245. So if we do Thursday, we can make a motion to do the 29th or the 30th, but we need to have some additional sessions if we need to make additional changes before we finalize it. So I'll just go with making a motion for next Thursday, which would be the 25th.
Alderwoman Elliott, before we
Yeah.
do that, I would like to defer to the mayor who stated that he would like to, for he and Treasurer Howard to go over the budget. And I think, you know, Mayor, I didn't know if you had a particular date that you and Patrick could propose to still keep it in line with us adopting our budget in time, because they could still meet and we could still have that special meeting that we need to have anyway and adopt the budget on time. But I think the mayor stated that he wanted to meet with the treasurer before. So that still gives us, because today is what?
The 18th.
Today is the 18th, so
we have 12 days. We have 12 days before the end of the month, and the mayor said he wanted to meet with the treasurer, and that still gives us time to set, even if we have to do 2 special meetings. Alderwoman Elliott, I hear some feedback.
and that's not me.
So we still
Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, so I'm not sure what you're suggesting, but I'm trying to make a motion for the 25th.
Yes, the mayor
Okay.
stated
Yes.
that he needed time to meet.
Okay, but I'm not clear on what you're suggesting, because we have to
Well, let
call
me
a
do-
special meeting in the meeting, so.
Let me
I'm
try
not-
to help us along, because the 25th
Okay.
is good for me. I was
Okay. Okay, I know we discussed that earlier, Mayor. Thank you. All right, I would like to make a motion that we have a 7 o'clock meeting on the 25th, a special board meeting to have agenda items for over 500 and budget discussion and potentially approval, depending on the changes that's necessary.
I second Alderwoman Reed.
Any further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
just as a reminder, you do have to present a budget message and a budget summary.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposers, nay.
Aye.
Christian opposed.
Okay,
Can we do a roll call? Can we do a roll call vote, please?
yes.
Alderwoman Dales. Alderwoman Dales.
No.
No. Alderman Thomas. Alderman Christian.
No.
Alderwoman West.
Is this for the 25th?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. Alderwoman Reed.
Yes, for the 25th, right? Yes.
Yes, for the 25th. Alderwoman Tapman.
No, I won't be available.
No. Okay. What did I miss? Oh my goodness. Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
I missed someone. Alderman Thomas.
And this for the 25th, you said,
Yes.
at 7 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Alderman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yes and 3 no's.
All right, then we will meet on that date and time.
June 25th at 7 p.m. And am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Oh, my hair's all over my head.
So now, what are we gonna do about this, paying these bills? Now, I personally don't like late fees and all of that kind of stuff with my own personal bills, especially when I have the money to pay them. So I'm unclear as to where we go from here.
Oh, we're going to do it on the 25th, Mayor. That's what we just approved, to do it on that day. We should give her enough time to pay them before the end of the month.
Okay. Now, there are some bills due now. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we get the shop price until where they coming from, so I don't know.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I missed whatever that was, whoever said that. But anyway, let's move on. Collectors report.
I'm sorry, Mayor, this is Alderwoman Reed.
Mhm.
For Treasurer Howard, can he send out another final budget report, since he did have changes from Chief Eiler, I heard he stated?
Yeah, we were right. Whatever changes we make, we'll send that out.
Okay, thanks.
City collectors report.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm going to go over the collector's report for May 2020. The capital improvement tax is, for the month of May, is $52,124. The motor fuel tax, $22,502. The utility tax, $42,239. The motor vehicle tax, $14,899. Personal property, real estate and sewer, $90,605. Road and bridge fund, $5,264. Sales tax, $104,278. County public safety sales tax, $40,577. The total for the month of May, $372,488, and the year-to-date total is $5,266,272,000.
All right. Thank you for that report. Planning and zoning.
Sorry, Mayor, this is Alderwoman Reed. I had a question for City Collector.
Okay.
I actually had two. Hey, Kathy, last time we met, I had asked about the Green Acres interest. I don't know if you followed up on that. You need more time, or?
Yeah, I apologize with everything that's going on. I didn't have a chance to touch base with Lori, so I apologize for that. So I will follow up with that again. Well, I will follow up with it in the next couple of days with her, and I'll have that on the next report.
And then I had also asked about fees, because the fees had not been looked at that the collector collects.
Okay, I did at one point, I think we discussed it. I went and checked with a couple of other of the municipalities in St. Louis, and I think you wanted to further pursue that, and that just kind of went to the wayside because of all the things that were going on. So I never followed up with that. Also, I initiated it, but I didn't follow up with the other questions that you had.
So you want to look into that for the next?
Yes,
meeting?
definitely. And I apologize for that. So I will get back with those two questions that you have.
Thank you.
All right. P&Z.
Other than the two board bills that we discussed earlier this evening, Planning and zoning has no business tonight.
Okay. Chief of Police.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you, Mayor.
excuse me, Mayor. I got a question about planning and zoning.
Okay.
I was looking over the ordinances about the planning and zoning commission and kind of what you all do, and I looked through all the meeting minutes, everything that was up on the website, and in the ordinance, it talks about a master plan and a comprehensive plan. And if you don't know the difference, I'm not trying to, put you on the spot or anything like that. But I was wondering if is there a difference between a master plan and a comprehensive plan that you know of, or are those the same?
Offhand, I would consider those to be about the same.
Okay. And then, so then my next question is the planning and zoning gonna kind of look at that kind of stuff about the physical development of the city and work towards that? Because what I see in the meeting minutes, it's mostly zoning and not a lot of planning. I think there's been 2 meetings where the comprehensive plan was actually brought up, but I don't think it went into further than that. And those meetings are only really running like 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe. I think there was, when you all discussed the marijuana, the medical marijuana, it went for maybe about 2 hours, but that's the longest meeting in that entire 8-year history that I saw. And I was just wondering if there was any plan to start doing some planning with the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Well, that's an evolving thing. Earlier this year, we did all travel up to the site that's at 270 and 367. It's a 94-acre site. We did that with St. Louis County Development. They do have a group there, and that was right before the coronavirus hit. So that's kind of been on hold since then.
Okay.
I guess in my own defense, I've only been in this position for about 5
No, I understand that. I'm just kind of, I guess I'm wanting to facilitate this going forward. I mean, as I said, it's in the ordinances. The comprehensive plan that we currently have is over 20 years old. And to me, it's not really a plan. It's just kind of describing, things in the community. And I think it's important as a community that we have some sort of plan, especially like in 20 years from now. What do we want, our community to be and look like? And, I think there's probably a push, or I've heard, from St. Louis County has come at least once or twice. There's, this push about being not sustain, but ecologically friendly bicycle paths and all of that kind of, I don't know the word that I'm looking for, but I guess I would hope that you would all maybe start considering looking at kind of putting, and I understand you're new and with the virus and everything, but I would hope that you all would start considering, coming up and working on some sort of master plan as to where we would want our community to be in 20 years or so.
I understand that. More immediate is commercial development with the city. As you probably know, we've become somewhat of a retail desert. To improve on that. But it's going to take, of course, a step at a time. But I hear what you're saying, and failure to plan is plan to fail.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Then we'll move down to the chief's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start off with the shooting that happened at the gas station, 949 Chambers, right there on the corner of Chambers and Bellefonte Road. I believe that was Rhoda that gave a compliment to the police department earlier in the meeting. I really appreciate that. In summary, that happened around 9 o'clock that evening, a little bit before the meeting that let out. What had occurred were 3 males had driven up on the parking lot at the gas station. Driver and 2 shooters fired several shots at an individual at the gas pumps. We have reason to believe it was a targeted shooting. We have no reason to believe that it was a random event. Unfortunately, 2 people got that caused crossfire, a young girl and an adult man. The adult man got shot in the abdomen, is expected to recover. The young girl got shot in the finger. Luckily enough, it was a bullet graze, so there was no permanent damage. And these are the types of violent crimes that are incredibly hard to deter. And the reason I say that is because these are occurring between acquaintances, families, and friends. There is nothing random about them. There's no way for us to predict where these things are happening, and they're happening so often that they are requiring a lot of the police resources we have on duty at any given time. So, and I did hear the complaint about police patrol. I do completely empathize with them. However, I have to put police resources where they are needed the most. And when we have an event like a shooting, that's where we send our police resources. And that evening alone, they were investigating that for hours into the morning. Second of all, I have taken note about the fireworks violations that have been occurring. Every year they ramp up a few weeks before the 4th of July and they slowly taper off the weeks following. I have given an order of patrol to stop calls for fireworks violations, get out of their cars, talk to people, and to prevent those things from happening. I also suggest that anybody witnessing a violation, please call it in. We will go by and investigate it. As it concerns the discussion around blocking off the entrance from the Bishop Hill Shopping Center onto to the neighborhood where Cabot Creek come together. I know Mike Weezy had been working on some barrier opportunities and quotes for me. This is outside of my wheelhouse. Mike, are you on?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, I think the latest is I made that drawing and I showed 2 of the typical barriers like you see on the highway, but then I added 2 48-inch round planter style concrete barriers, for lack of a better word, that we can fill with dirt and put some flowers and stuff in so it looks decent. I got a second quote coming now so that you can have 2 quotes in front of you and you guys can decide which one you want to patronize.
Yeah, and so like the one that was sent out today, in total it would cost about $1,800, and that would cover delivery, cover the plants and the dirt, and the actual concrete receptacles. They're decorative, so it keeps with the aesthetics in the area, and they also have a purpose of keeping vehicle traffic from entering and exiting their area, but it allows for foot traffic to come in and out. I have a meeting with.
A question, please. It's Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Okay, and I forgot to mention this to the mayor. I apologize, Mayor. I forgot to mention this to you. I do had some citizens that were on the call about the blockades, and I do have several streets in Ward 4 who would like the same as Ward 1. And they feel that they're taxpayers and they've been asking for it for years. So I just want to, bring that to you, and I'll share with the mayor later. But I did want to put that in the minutes for now for my citizens in Ward 4. We do have some issues over here with the streets that are related to the city of St. Louis and Bell Fountain, and they would like the same blockage over here as well. And I just want that on the record so we can talk later about that.
Hey, Elise?
Yes.
This is Michael. if you have a particular street that's like the worst of the worst, call me and tell me where it is, and I'll make a little drawing so that you guys can do some more analysis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just tell me the word. Tell me the one, and I'll do it for you.
Okay, I will. I'll call you, or either I'll email them to you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
This is Alderwoman West. As I recall, a private company or store or whatever business put up a barrier in Ward 4, and residents came to the board meeting to complain about that barrier. I would also like to say this is really not Ward 1. These were mostly citizens from Ward 2 who had a meeting because of some issues that were going on with a few residents of Ward 1. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. This one? Okay, proceed, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thanks. All right, somebody need to be muted.
I did.
Monday, I do have a meeting with, I am on a police committee for our risk and liability insurance company.
It's another one. Go ahead, Chief.
We are going to meet Monday as a collective, police best practices amongst our insurance group. We want to make sure that we are doing everything possible in our power to make sure that we are doing things right and in line with what is expected by, national practices. So I hope to have some good things come out of that. We are a certified policing agency, which puts us ahead of the curve on that. And one of my reasons for speaking and being part of this committee is because we are a certified agency. Our body-worn camera project is finally coming to fruition. The installs of equipment will happen starting July 7th, and that'll go on for about 3 days. And the installation of upgraded fiber line will happen by August. I'm going to try to, because cameras, I want the police to be trained and be able to implement their use immediately after training. So I'm hoping to have that all completed and done and out on the street by the end of July, early August. After that happens, I'm also looking into opportunities with the collective that we belong to under that body-worn camera grant. There were 8 agencies that were part of that. There's about 4 or 5 agencies in that group that are interested in making a mass purchase of dash cam police vehicles so we can use scales of economy to drive down those costs. So I'll have more information in the coming months about that. I'm encouraging people, again, if you would like to host a community block meeting, please call the police department. We will be more than happy to accommodate you and come out and have a discussion about issues in your area and come up with some resolutions to help you resolve those problems. And I also encourage the members of the board to come out and ride with the police. That way you have a better idea of what we do. It will help you make better decisions based on what you have experienced with the police department. And lastly, I did get a message today from Ameren. I figured everyone would want to know this, but Ameren is planning to resume its normal policies regarding disconnects and late fees for business customers on July 15th and residential customers on August 3rd. So please make note of that if it affects you. And that's all I have, Mayor.
May I have some questions for the chief? This Alderwoman Dales.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want clarification. You stated that you have to put police where they're most needed. So when we have citizens in the Ward 4 that pay the same amount of taxes as everyone else, are you saying that we don't matter? Because I have, for the last 3 weeks, I have been bombarded with the police are not patrolling. The police are not patrolling. We never see the police. I have letters, I have emails, and I can send them to you. We pay the same amount of taxes. I have citizens over here. It's unfair that Ward 4 does not have police patrol. And we want to see the police more often. We want them to be friendly. I had an officer come up when I was talking to the mayor, and I asked him, when you're in my sector, can you stop by and we can walk around? His response to me was, what is that for? And I asked him, have you ever heard of community policing? Oh, okay. My residents have started to say that the policemen are not waving, they're not friendly. Now, I do see them come past my home, but I'm constantly getting calls all the time. So what I've had one of them make some comments tonight. So I'm gonna make sure that we start forming an organization so we can get a group. If we have to come to the police department to ask for them to start patrolling Ward 4, we can do that. But I don't want to do that. It's unfair that we have to do that. They need to see the police as often as I do come past my home. I have citizens who sit in their windows all day long. We never see the police. That's all I hear. And they're not friendly. So can you please ask the officers who have this sector to drive up and down the streets and not sit on the parking lot at Danforth Street or on the parking lots behind the building up in Ward 1, the new confectionery store. We want them to be sitting on the streets where the people are, and to also, speeding is just outrageous. And we're at a boiling point, just like it started before Ferguson, that the citizens are getting very upset. And if a child gets hurt out here, because the speeding is it's just unbelievable, some of the things that's going on. And we have policemen. We have great policemen. Great, the ones that I talk to are the great policemen. The incident when we had people dumping, they came over here talking about sweetie to me. They allowed them to dump all the stuff until the supervisor came and told them to meet it, get the stuff back in the truck. But they were so disrespectful to the citizens. And that's not fair. That's not fair. We're in a place today, I just think that they're not going to tolerate a lot of things anymore. So I'm asking to please, please ask the officers who are assigned to this sector to please do more patrolling. That's all I ask for. And I have one more question. Do you ever get out and patrol?
I don't have time. And that's the truth. Since I'm -1 administrator, my responsibilities have gone up 50% beyond what my normal job is.
Okay. So the other thing is justified that we have 8 supervisors supervising 16 police officers.
Do you understand how the hierarchy works? Okay, so each shift has a lieutenant, a sergeant, and four patrol officers. When the lieutenant is working, the lieutenant is in charge, and the sergeant rides a sector or has a roaming car. He's responsive to calls and everything else. When the lieutenant is gone, whether it's on training or on leave of some sort, the sergeant is in charge. We have to have an identifiable person with rank on at all times. And
so how many shifts do we have?
We have 4 platoons and 4 shifts.
And each time, how many officers?
Anywhere between 4 to 6.
Okay. Okay. I just think that that's a little over the board, top heavy. That's just, I wanted you to explain it so I could have my citizens heard that's on the call. So.
Well, it's actually a requirement of certification. We cannot use a senior patrol officer as a supervisor. The supervisor has to have identifiable rank. and that's part of that process, and I agree with it. And as for your comment regarding our view of Ward 4, I've never stated or implied that Ward 4 is not important. I can tell you Ward 4 gets patrolled. However, I will tell you this, aside of the violent crime that we deal with, we also have numerous other calls to handle. We have business checks, we have vacation checks, we have numerous extra patrol requests, which most of those are speeding complaints. We also do traffic enforcement, make arrests, and a variety of other things. And when you only have 4 to 6 people on, that's a lot of work to do for that many people. And I'm not saying that we need more police officers. I am just letting you know that throughout any given day, this is what happens. And the reason it happens is that this is the type of work that we do, and this is the type of service we provide to the public. Patrol is important, but we also have numerous other tasks to complete.
And I receive that, and I do understand that, Chief. However, I still want patrol over in Ward 4 for my citizens. And I stand by that. I stand by that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chief, proceed.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right.
I had a comment.
All right.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Chief, to your knowledge, when was the last time that the use of force policy was reviewed or updated by the board?
The board doesn't review or update police policies. We update policies based on what best practices are presented to us. And we actually have about 4 different core policies that cover the use of force. So you're talking about the application of force, weapons that we use, and such of that nature. So I would actually have to look up, see when the last revisions were. But beyond that, I can't answer your question.
Okay, would that be available if I wanted to come by and look it over?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Actually, Chief, can you send that? Can you send that to the board, please? Thank you.
Alderman Thomas, this is Alderwoman West.
Yes, ma'am.
Several years ago, probably about 6, when I was on the safety committee, I asked the chief that same question. And so what he did was he presented that to us at the safety commission. And yeah, we did go over it and did some work on it. So just to let you know, it had been looked at before. Won't hurt to look at it again.
All right. Thank you.
This is Alderman Christian. I was on the board with Barbara at the time also when we went over that on public safety.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to give everyone a little bit more insight to how we manage our policies and keep abreast with current trends, we have 12 chapters to our policy manual. Each month we go through one chapter each month. There's 12 months to make sure everything's in order, and we make alignments as necessary. That's how we kind of keep in tune with to make sure that our policies are as current as they can be. We also review use of force policies during use of force training. So for example, when we have firearm training, we go over the policies that cover use of force with firearms. Just to give you an example, when we have taser training, we go over policies that cover the use of and application of tasers, and so on and so forth. So we make sure that our employees are abreast and knowledgeable about what is expected of them when it comes to the use of force.
Okay. And do all of our officers have CIT training, Chief?
I would have to check a roster, but I believe that I could tell you the vast majority of our employees do.
Okay. That's good. All right, that's all I have for now. Go ahead.
Last question for me, or my question is purchases. Where are you with the cars and all of those things that you got approval for?
Okay, so the 3 fleet vehicles and the 1 admin vehicle right now are at the install shop. They are still waiting for some of the components to come in, but they are already in the process of being, I will call, built. The installations have already started, so that's where we're at on that. They've
So
already
how many cars will be auctioned off? I know one of the officers mentioned a car that's almost not marked would be auctioned off. So how many cars will be auctioned off, and where would that money go? Like what line item?
So we're not going to auction off. Well, when it comes to fleet vehicles, we're not decommissioning any vehicles at all. This will put us back where we need to be in terms of how many fleet vehicles we need. The black and white cars, meaning that that'll put us back up to 11 to what we need. 1 for all lieutenants, and then 2 for each other ranks. So we drive our cars alternating every 12 hours. Instead of driving the same cars 24 hours, we would run them to the ground. The only car that we have that needs to be liquidated is the 2009 Crown Vic, the one that I talked about that was rusting out pretty much and having a lot of problems that were beyond even consideration of repair. We do have some options with that. I know one of the most popular ways where you can get most of your, I guess the biggest bang for your buck is it's an auction house called Purple Wave that are local. That seems to be pretty typical for most governments that liquidate their cars through that. Historically, we would trade them in, but trade-ins don't give us really any money for any of our cars. So to get the maximum value possible, I believe the auction route would be the best route, and that money goes back in the general revenue.
Okay. Is it possible by the next board meeting that you and the building person can identify as many streets as possible that could benefit from the speed bumps, so we can go ahead and make some type of motion to get those installed? Because we had it in the budget, but we only had the 1 installed and there was no further discussion. So is it possible to, without the traffic monitoring, because we already had streets that people constantly complained about, if we can just get those streets that you know are already speed issues and bring that to the board for us to make a motion on or whatever to go ahead and get the work going, because that's kind of been delayed as far as the conversation about it, but it was entered into the budget. So is that something that you can do where you already know from the data that you have and what people have shared, and if board members want to give additional streets or residents want to give additional streets, that all be considered and we can prioritize and go ahead and get the speed bumps going? Is that something that you can do?
By next meeting, possibly. Remember, originally last year, the Public Safety Committee was charged with the task of identifying those areas along with my input. Me personally, I would rather have the Public Safety Committee involved in that, because if I start selecting areas around the city, I don't want people to think that I posing favoritism. I would like the Public Safety Committee committee representative of the public making some of those decisions. I think it would result in a fairer outcome.
Okay, so they never got to making that decision the whole year after we got it board approved?
No, we.
If you like for me to.
That was for speed bumps.
For speed bumps, yeah. They never got to that conversation after a year?
Chief, would you like for me to address that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is Alderwoman Tapman. I, as you guys know, serve as the automatic rep for that. In the process that we went through, just to give you a little history, it took us 5 months to do the research and the finding to get the proper bills passed. We placed that first speed bump where it is with the assistance of the chief and with the statistical data that we did receive from citizens about the egregious speeding as well as crime that was happening right there. It seems like that point is a point of contention right there by the Family Dollar. So that speed bump was placed there. And just to explain the process and why it takes longer, um, there's a lot of research that had been it started on that to understand that several people had made some leeway on that because it had been like 8 or 9 years to the point of getting that one down. But the research is first you have to do what we did. We got the ordinance done and then checking on what type of speed bump would be advantageous. And even doing that, you have to look at the gradients of the street, the type of material that's down with the pavement, the arbitrarily distance, longitude, latitude, all of that. So it's not just a matter of, identifying where they go and then put one down. You still have to go through that long process of research. We thank Chief Eiler because that first one was probably the easiest one to put down. And we saved the city a lot of money because the street department put that down for us as well as that additional time. So the plan was we continued to solicit participation from the citizens because we don't want to make these decisions on our own. But I just wanted people to know it's a long process. So we welcome citizens even that are on now that want to be a part of having to make those decisions. And then it's a good learning process too, because it was for me to learn about the materials and magnitude and latitude and how you decide if it's going to be a speed bump or a speed hump or, they call it a race horse. So all of that. And yes, it has taken enough time, but that's the research you have to do before you can get on that.
This is Alderwoman West again. I'd like to piggyback a little bit on what Alderwoman Tapman said. Speed bumps, the safety committee had been working on for years. Part of the problem was certain people felt that in order to get the, what is that machine called? The one
traffic monitoring?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
The monitoring machine, which would have gathered data, they felt like the machines should be put in a certain ward, and if we were able to get 16, let's say 16, which would equal 4 speed bumps in each ward, that was not satisfactory. So it's just been an ongoing discussion, in lack of a better word, which is why things have not been accomplished as much as they could have. And I want to also thank our street department because they did save the city a lot of money.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Chief. No further questions. I just knew that since I've been on the board, several individuals had specifically indicated streets that were concerned, and I was just wondering why at least those had not been addressed at some point. Thank you.
Chief, you have anything else to
add? For the third time, Mr. Mayor, no, I do not. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, I got some questions.
All right.
Chief, on your report, your crime and activity report down at the bottom, it says ordinance violation warnings. Is that just the police department, or is the building department included in those figures as well?
No, that's just the police department. The police department has a different procedure than the building department does. When we issue our ordinance violations, whether it's derelict vehicles or high grass or occupancy or whatever it may be, you have a different process than the building department.
Okay. And then my second question is regarding your strategic plan.
Yes, sir.
It says that you do an evaluation in January and February or June and come up with like an evaluation report.
Sure, it's called an assessment. Yes.
Assessment. Do you write that up, or can we get a copy of that and see where you are with this strategic plan, where the police department is with this?
Yes, absolutely. I can write that up and I can post it. Actually, post it to the website that I was.
Okay, and then finally, the Attorney General about a week or so ago released the disparity index for the state of Missouri, and looking at it, Bell Fountain seems to be going up each year. Is there any type of plan or anything like that to address that?
I'm sorry, you cut out there in that last part.
I said about last week, I believe it was, the Attorney General released the data for the disparity index. And each year, Bell Fountain Neighbors, the police department continues to go up since the year 2013. Is there a plan or any type of training or anything like that to address this issue?
I know we do regular training annually every year.
Well, if it's going up, it doesn't seem like the training's working.
No, I understand what you're saying. What those seem to capture, and I know they've changed some of the rules on capturing that information, and the traditionally that report was designed to only capture the statistics of your own community. Now they're starting to incorporate statistical information from more of a regional standpoint.
Sure.
I'm going to have to take I have seen it because we do and issue our report to the Attorney General for final analysis. I'll have to take another look at it.
Okay, that's fine. I just something, if you could get back with me in the next month or so, in the next couple of meetings.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, moving along. City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Evening.
Good evening.
Some of you may recall at our last regular board meeting, there was a discussion about a nuisance ordinance that Alderwoman West had requested that the previous city attorney prepare on her behalf. The city clerk did indeed follow up with Mr. Starr about that draft bill, and we received it. Currently, we are awaiting some additional information that Alderwoman West provided to Mr. Starr, and we hope that we will have that soon. So we expect to have something more information, that is, to bring to the board in the near future. Nothing further. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure, go right ahead.
Attorney White, I think it was this past week that the Supreme Court affirmed that sexual orientation and gender identity is protected under Civil Rights Act. And I notice on and I'm just trying to get clarification. I notice on the notice of public hearing that there's a lot, we have a ordinance prohibiting discrimination regarding race, sex, color, policy of non-discrimination. There's nothing that mentions sexual orientation or gender identity. So with this current Supreme Court ruling and I know it's just recent, and I don't, I've read where Missouri would probably, the Missouri courts would adopt that and everything like that. But based upon that, do we need to have a policy about that in place, or like when we put out these notices to identify that that's a protected a category or whatever you want to call it?
Mr. Carroll, that is an excellent question. I'm sorry, Alderman Carroll, that is an excellent question. We are anticipating that the EEOC and the Missouri Commission on Human Rights will be providing guidance on that soon. But yes, I would anticipate that there will be revisions necessary.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
All right, old business.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm not sure that you have the answer, but I gave my peer the courtesy of attempting to answer a question via email that I unfortunately didn't get a response to. So I was wondering if you could share who the donations are going to for the COVID testing, because it was not shared that any type of funds would be needed, whether it was donations or otherwise. And I was curious to where the donations were going to. Was that coming to us? Were we going to have to write a check? I never received the clarification. So do you have any information about those checks that that were mentioned that were coming in for the COVID testing?
Mayor, would you like for me to respond?
Yes, please do.
As I did on the email, Alderwoman Elliott, not sure if you received 3 emails where I responded. There was no cost to the city of Bell Fountain for the COVID testing, and the donations that were made were not made to the city. They were made directly to Dr. Cecil Zadorsky. And so the city had no responsibility, no liability or anything in the pass-through of those funds. I think as you stated in your request that you had gotten that information off of social media. And so on that social media post, I explicitly explained that that money is used for nurses, nurse practitioners. And I think I also stated those other donations and who gave them. And so, as I stated in the 3 emails that I sent out, I think 2 of them where everyone wasn't copied on, I gave them full disclosure of that information as well.
So the companies need donations. Affinia didn't need donations, but this company needs donations. And
Well,
it's not, huh?
To answer that for you, Affinia is a multi-million-dollar entity who received COVID money and grants to do testing. We were only able, with the money that they received, we were only able to capture 1 day of testing, whereas Home Docs and Health and Wellness Center, who is owned by Dr. Cecil Zadorsky, has not received any funds or access to. And because it was important that we set up testing centers in the most vulnerable areas in our community, we reached out to private donations and corporations and asked them if they would assist us by paying for staff, not only for our site. And I want to stress that that money paying for staff for us, the only thing that we have invested, now that we're talking about that, thank you, Mayor, provided lunch for 2 days for the testing site. And if that's an issue for the staff, I'll pay that back. But we received donations for lunch from the Urban League. So it hasn't cost the city anything but a total of $103.36 for lunch. All of the other donations, again, were made directly to the entities. And because the city had no responsibility in acquiring funds or donating funds, it was no need to set up anything special for that.
Okay, it was an inquiry and a statement made by one of the aldermen that suggested that someone directed the rec center staff to use their credit card for some purchases
And
related to COVID.
Okay, let me clarify that. Yes. So thank you for the correction. That person was me, and with the direction of the mayor, I asked Amy at the rec center to purchase Ziploc bags to separate masks and gloves that we were giving to citizens and other people who were coming to get tested. So that cost was $23.67. And again, we have, so I stand corrected. The city of Belle Fountain neighbors for testing to be done, which we voted to, starting on the 12th to the end of the month, has cost us $126.32.
Is there a total amount that the people going to need by the end of the month that will cover their expenses? Like, what is their overall total? Did they say? So what happens if it's not enough donations to cover their expenses?
Let me clarify again.
Okay, okay.
The donations that were received from private donors, personal and corporate donors that were made directly to Dr. Cecil Dorsky, those funds were made to pay staff to do testing from the 12th of June until June 30th. So those funds already paid for staff. So that's not something we have to worry about because, like I said before, those donors paid for testing to be done in our city.
Thank you for the clarification.
We contribute.
This is Alderwoman West, and I think I brought it up at a meeting about the use of, about older people using credit cards of the rec center. They have a budget, and everything comes from their budget. I would personally rather make a personal donation to any cause rather than have all the people using credit cards that belong to the rec center or the mayor.
Yes,
and that's just my personal opinion. And if you need lunch, I'll be more than happy to get some lunches or, you know, whatever.
Well, to bring, and I did this purposely, so since we're on this conversation, the donations, further donations that were made, August 1st the 3rd Foundation, Health and Homes, STL, McCarthy, and one other person was $10,000. New Sunny Mount Missionary Baptist Church, $2,500. West Side Missionary Baptist Church, $1,500. And my husband and I, $1,000. I didn't place that in there because I didn't want people to ask, well, why are you as an older person contributing to an effort that's being done in your city? Now, the lunches, as I stated, I received $150 donation. And if anybody follows me on my media page, it shows that Urban League has contributed $150 for lunches for the staff.
Let me please be rude and interrupt you. I was not questioning that. I was just saying rather than use the credit card for the city rec center or the mayor's credit card for that matter, I would prefer that you ask the board, so I'll be more clear, for donations for, you know, the smaller amounts of things, because I would have been more than happy to donate something.
And thank you, Alderwoman West. I gave that full disclosure because I thought it was needed. I know you weren't being arbitrarily, but
no.
I wasn't. I was giving full disclosure, and the reason why I didn't come back to the board, and I'm being open, I didn't come back to the board because I felt that maybe you guys would not. That wouldn't be something that's done. I've been out on that lot since the 12th of June. We've had volunteers to come. asked for my colleagues if they had the time to come and, pass out the hand sanitizers and things. So I didn't want to go through the process, and that's why I went and asked for donations to do that. So I hear what you're saying, because I don't mind paying the $133. I don't mind paying that back, but I thought that was a smaller contribution to what we're doing. But I understand. So thank you. If you offered to pay lunch for that would be fun.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That was well, we was on old business. So what did we do with that? We got into a long discussion there. Where are we, Madam Clerk?
We're now at new business, Mayor A.
So,
Mhm.
okay, so we completed new business to everybody's satisfaction. So, all right, then, new business, board bill number 2580.
No, we're at allocation, new business A, allocation of CDBG funds.
All right, we'll proceed with that, because, well, proceed.
Okay, so this is where we were.
CDBG funds, H.
A. Okay, so this is where we would ask for a motion to where we're going to allocate the community development block grant funds of $29,500.
Can I ask a question here real quick, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Does this have to be approved tonight?
Yes. It has to be done tonight because we have a time limit on turning in the application. They extended the application a couple of months because of the COVID-19, but now the application is due. So, and you have to do the allocation on the same night that you have a meeting, because I have to send the meeting notes along with the application. We won't have another meeting before this application is due.
Okay. Okay. Well, and whatever we decide, I just don't feel like there was really a public hearing on it. I feel like it was more information presented to us and not so much a public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind for the future. So we need to pass this, is our motion.
I would like to ask Alderwoman Reed, who had, I don't know if she recorded the proper language that Mr. Robinson had suggested, but Alderwoman Reed, are you still there?
Yes, I'm
29.5.
Yeah.
You still there? Okay.
Yeah, I had made a motion. I'd like to make a motion for the community development block grant funds of $29,500 to be used for rec center, I guess, infrastructural changes or something like that. I don't remember.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yes.
Rec center infrastructure. And I'll run that specifically by them just to make sure that, we're in the clear. But yeah, that sounds good to me. But they ultimately make the decision, so.
Okay,
Right.
Is there a second?
Alderman Thomas, second.
All right.
Okay, who seconded that? Was it Avant Elliott or Thomas?
Yeah, I did it first. It don't matter.
Oh, okay.
Whichever one you want to, it's fine.
Are you ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Question, Mayor.
Roll call vote. I'm begging for somebody to call me.
I have a question to Mr. Rodney. If they don't accept it, do we lose it?
No, you don't lose it. You just have to make sure that it fits under one of those categories. So they might say, okay, for example, they might say, we don't want to necessarily use this for park facilities, but if you could explain to us, how this So it's kind of up to their discretion. I mean, we got the 4 categories. We have to just basically ask them if it does, if it's not obvious that it falls under one of the categories, is this okay?
My question is, will we lose the $29,500?
Nope, we shouldn't lose it. No, not really, because we'll have our application and we'll have everything in on time, so we won't lose it. And I'll have that question answered for you next week. I have that question answered, and I'll also ask where you guys are ranked as far as CDBG and your likelihood. I mean, where you're ranked for the municipal parks grant. I'm sorry, that's totally different. But those are the 2 questions that I'm gonna have answered for you.
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question to Robinson that I think I posed in the email? I was just interested in knowing what your engagement was with our current city engineer.
I don't know him.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know him at all.
Okay, that's all right. I just wanted to know because I had asked whether or not he was engaged in this process. Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, roll call vote, please.
Oh, okay. Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderwoman Tapman,
No.
no. Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor, we have 7 yes and 1 no.
Okay, so it's approved. All right, let's go through these ordinance now. I think that's next. Is that correct?
No, we're at MOA for the Church in Action and Florence Church Hold Harmless, Alderwoman Dales.
Attorney Dorothy, is there any, should I read it or should I just state that we have it in place? Because it's just saying we have the MOA and everyone has the document. So is there any specific way that I should put this out?
Yes, I don't believe, however, that you need to read it. It just needs to be approved.
Okay, so I need to make a motion for it.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to make a motion for a MOA for Church in Action doing business as Influence Church and Hold Harmless agreement with the City of Bellefonte Neighbors.
Is there a second?
Alderman Thomas. Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Roll call vote.
Excuse
For the
me.
question.
Any questions?
Yes. Alderwoman West, you want to go first?
Oh, okay, because it'll be quick. Alderwoman Dales, is there any reason that you're using the rec center's parking lot as opposed to City Hall's parking lot?
Yes, the time City Hall is still open and they have a lot of business going on there at the time we started. So the rec center was easier for people to drive up and drive around and drive out.
Oh, okay, it's gonna be, so there will be spaces for us to park?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Alderwoman Dales, I mentioned in the email that there was not a start and end date on the MOA. Is there a start and end date for us to include in the motion?
You would have to ask that the question to the attorney. At this present time, because of COVID-19, when we started off, because of COVID-19 and the church helping out the school districts, that's what it's basically about for the children, and we're serving the south side of the Riverview School District. They don't know, because they don't know when the schools are going to open or if they're going to open, if they're going to close. So everything is really based on COVID-19 unless they get additional funds to continue to feed the children while they're in school. So that would be a question that you would have to ask the attorney.
Attorney White Coleman, do you have any information from what Fran inquired of you to find out? I mean, the last information I received was August the 31st, but it was before the MOA. And so I know that we had a start date in the one that Alderwoman Tapman had. So I was just curious to why this was open-ended.
Well, certainly the board can include a start and end date in the MOA if it so desires.
This is Alderwoman West. I think if we do that, we should give Alderwoman Dales an opportunity to give the start and end dates because it's her program.
Yes, that's why I was.
Thank you, Alderwoman West.
Okay.
If I was to give a start date, the start date would be, I guess we could start as of today because we have been issuing the food prior to, the insinuations that the people was going to sue us and stuff of that nature. So if I was to give a date, I would give a date, end date of December of 22. And this will allow the church to continue to feed the children when they're out of school every summer up to the year 22. I may need to change that after I speak with the pastor, but at least we can feed the children for this year when they're out of school. Basically, it's when they're out of school, and they can continue on to do that during the holidays if there's a need, because we don't know what's going to happen with COVID-19, if we're going to close down again, if they're going to open up the schools. So I would like the children to always have an opportunity to be able to have food when they're out of school, and I would say to December of 22. 31st, December 31st of 22.
All right, is that satisfactory? All right, are we ready to vote?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. Would we be therefore voting on the MOA with the revision to include a start date of June 18th, 2020 and ending December 31st of 2022?
That is what I asked for.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to vote? All right.
I am, Mayor.
Roll call.
Okay, Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Tapman,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor,
yes,
I
please.
apologize, but we have some gunfire in front of my home, so I'm just gonna step out of the meeting for a minute, but I'll be back to vote. I can hear it from my front door.
Yeah,
I
some going
apologize.
on over here. I don't know if it's guns.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Or fireworks, because we got it here too.
Door.
Okay, then, well, don't go too far. Madam Clerk, what is next on your agenda?
Okay, next we're at C, which is Board of Aldermen appointments. That's next.
All right, Board of Aldermen appointment. Is there any motions or recommendations, whatever?
I would like to make a motion to appoint Dinah Tapman to the Public Safety Commission.
We on President of the Alderman Board.
I'm sorry.
Mayor Pearson, this is Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
I would like to nominate Dr. Miranda Avant Elliott for president of the board.
All right, are there any other nominees?
Mayor, this is Alderman Thomas. I would like to nominate Alderperson Dinah Tatman to the president of the Board of Aldermen.
All right, are there any other nominees?
Mayor, I would like to ask that Alderwoman Elise Dales be retained as the automatic representative to the Planning and Zoning Board.
We on A.
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
Yes.
I stepped away, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have two nominees, Alderwoman Avon Elliott and also Alderwoman Dinah Tatman.
Mayor, I would like to accept my nomination.
Okay. Alderwoman Tatman, do you accept your nomination?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Then I don't guess it matters.
You need a roll call vote, Mayor.
I understand that. So then we will vote on those two. I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
Oh, so
Normally a vote like that would be,
so what we've done, Mayor, is each person does a roll call and they just say the person name that they are voting for, and then you'll be able to tally how many it is
okay.
for that person. Yes, sir.
Been involved in the last one. I didn't know how it was done. All right. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
I think I did. Do I call the person's name like Alderman Thomas and then he say who he vote for?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we'll start with Alderman Thomas.
I vote for Alderperson Tatman.
Okay. Alderwoman West.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Okay. And do I call the person that's being voted for? I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Alderwoman Tatman.
Yes, I'm sorry. I got sirens out here. I do accept my nomination.
Right. Who are you?
For
We're now
myself.
trying to see who you vote for.
For myself. Okay.
Okay. Alderwoman Reed.
Dr. Miranda Avant Elliott.
Okay. Alderman Carroll.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who did I miss? Alderman Christian.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Okay. Alderwoman Dales.
Alderwoman Tatman.
6, 7. Who did I miss? Please tell me who.
Myself,
Who is myself?
Dr. Avant Elliott.
Okay. Alderwoman Avant Elliott. Vote for
Yes.
yourself. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Avant Elliott and 3 for Tatman.
All righty. Then Dr. Avon Elliott will remain president of the board.
Thank you all.
Planning and Zoning, Alderman Rip.
Congratulations, Alderwoman Elliott.
Thank you.
All right, planning and zoning.
I'd like to nominate Alderman Jim Christian.
Okay.
I second. This is Alderwoman West.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can barely.
Alderwoman West. I second.
Okay, she second Jim Christian as being the rep on planning and zoning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there any other nominee?
Now, I guess this is where, I'm sorry, we have sirens going on out here, so I'm going in and out. I want to nominate that Alderwoman Elise Dales retain as the automatic rep to planning and zoning.
Okay.
Okay.
And Dinah, I accept the nomination for the planning and zoning.
I will also accept the nomination.
Anyone else? Then we'll close the nominations and we will vote.
Okay, so Alderwoman Dales.
Myself, I vote for myself.
Okay. Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Alderman Christian,
Alderman Thomas,
Alderwoman Dale,
Alderwoman West,
Alderman Christian,
Alderwoman Mann Christian.
I will vote Alderman Christian.
Okay. Alderwoman Reed,
Alderman Jim Christian,
Alderwoman Tapman,
Alderwoman Dales,
and Alderman Carroll.
Alderman Christian.
Okay. So we have 1, 2, we got 3 for Dales and 5 for Christian.
Okay. Congratulations, Kristen. You're the rep. Public safety.
Mayor, this is Avant Elliott. I would like to make a nomination for James Carroll to sit on the public safety based on his interest in polling of the police and his engagement as a citizen with them as well.
I accept.
Is there another nominee?
I want to nominate Dinah Tapman to the Public Safety Commission, considering that she has the background and she should continue to work with public safety, especially considering the state that we're in right now.
All right. Anyone else? No other nominees? Then we'll close the nominations and we will vote.
We need to know if Dinah accepts.
I'm sorry, I accept. You guys, I'm going to be going in and out because of all the commotion over here, so excuse me. I'll be going. I'll try to run back and forth.
Mhm. Okay, so call a roll.
Okay. Alderwoman West.
Alderman Carroll,
Okay. Alderman Thomas,
Alderperson Dinah Tapman,
Alderwoman Tapman, Alderwoman Reed,
Alderman James Carroll,
Alderman Carroll,
Alderman Carroll.
Alderman Christian,
Alderman Carroll.
Alderwoman Dales,
Dinah Tapman,
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Alderman Carroll.
Alderwoman Tapman. Okay, I guess she would vote for herself, I guess. Since,
she would vote for herself.
right, okay. Okay, so we have 5 for Alderman Carroll and 3 for Tapman.
Point of order. She's got to vote for herself. You can't assume who she's going to vote for.
Okay. She's
Is Alderwoman Tapman available? Can she hear us?
Don't know.
I agree, Fran. This Alderwoman Reed, it should be 5 and 2.
Hello?
Right, it's fine. Yes, we were trying to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I said, you guys forgive me. I'm going in and out.
Okay, so we're trying to call for the public safety person. Who do you vote for?
Oh, I vote for myself.
Okay, so it's 5 and 3.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations, everybody. I'm gonna jump back off for a minute.
Now, all right, where do we go from here?
We're on D, bill number 2580.
Okay.
And Mayor,
Yes, please.
I would like to make a motion to read bill number 2580, an ordinance amending section 29-90C of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors, Missouri, and adding 2 new sections related to sign regulations and move to the second reading.
Okay, make the motion. Is
Yeah,
that
no, this is James. I'm today.
Huh?
All right, thank
you second? have.
This Alderwoman Reed, I second.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any further discussions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposers, nay.
All right.
All right.
Okay, thank you, sir. Bill number 2580, an ordinance amending section 2590C of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellfountain Neighbors, Missouri, and adding 2 new sections relating to sign regulations.
Is there a second?
I second Alderman Carroll.
Okay. Are there any discussion?
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
I would like to have a roll call vote on this. I mean, I think Alderwoman Avant Elliott forgot to
Yes.
ask for roll
Yes.
call vote.
Could you do a roll call vote, please, Mayor?
Roll call.
Okay, Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderwoman Tapman, Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
I'm Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
And did Dale say yes? I couldn't hear her.
She did.
Okay, thank you.
She said yes.
Okay.
Okay. You want to tally up the votes?
Oh, everybody said yes.
All right, that passes. You want to finish your read on it?
Miranda, Alderwoman Avant Elliott, do you read it a second time?
No, he's talking about your statement that you make. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Bill number 2580 was voted on and passed by the majority of the board. So bill number 2580 becomes ordinance number 2572.
All right.
I'm sorry, 2573. I'm so sorry. 2573.
So bill number 2581.
I'd like to make a motion to do the first reading and move on to the second reading of bill number 2581, an ordinance amending section 29-95, 29-112, and 29-118 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellfountain Neighbors, Missouri, to establish amendments to the zoning regulations to conform to increases in user fees for building department services, street and sidewalk use, and land use applications.
Alderwoman Reed, second.
Okay.
Are there any further discussions? All in favor, say aye.
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 Whatever I missed, aye. I'm back.
Sorry.
Okay. Did everybody vote? All right. Second read.
I'd like to go on to the second reading of bill number 2581, an ordinance amending sections 29-95, 29-112, and 29-118 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellfountain Neighbors, Missouri, to establish amendments to the zoning regulations to conform to increases in user fees for building department services, street and sidewalk use, and land use applications.
Is there a second?
Woman Avant Elliott seconds.
Roll call vote.
Okay. Alderwoman West.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales. I can't hear you, Alderwoman Dales.
You got yourself muted.
Yes.
Okay. Alderwoman Tapman.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Alderman Christian.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Okay. Majority of the board voted and passed bill number 2581, yes, which will become ordinance number 2574 if and when signed by the mayor.
Bill number 2582.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a motion to have the first read for bill number 2582. We move on to the second read.
Proceed.
An ordinance amending section 3-46 of the Article 2 of Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Belle Fountain Neighbors, Missouri, relating to alcoholic beverages, licenses, window displays, and the sale of intoxicating liquor.
Is there a second?
I second.
Alderman Thomas.
Who was Carol, was that you first?
Yes, Mayor.
All right. Seconded by James Carroll, Alderman James Carroll. Was that, I'm sorry, I kind of lost myself. Was that the first read?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposes, nay.
Nay.
All right. We'll move on to the second read.
Second read, bill number 2582, an ordinance amending section 3-46 of Article 2 of the Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Belle Fountain Neighbors, Missouri, relating to alcoholic beverages, licenses, window displays, and the sale of intoxicating liquor.
Is there a second?
Second, Avant Elliott. Oh.
Are there any further discussions? Roll call vote.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderwoman West,
No.
Alderwoman Tapman,
Yes.
and did I do Alderwoman that? Dales, she's gone. Okay, so we have 1 no, 1 absent, and 6 yes.
Christian didn't vote.
I'm sorry, Christian.
No.
Okay. So we got 2 no's, 1 absent, and 1, 2, 3, 5 yes. Majority.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on bill number 80.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Fran. Okay. I want to make a motion to read bill number 2583 and move on, once approved, move on to the second read. An ordinance amending sections 5-7, 23-17, 23-47 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Belle Fountain Neighbors, Missouri, to establish increases in user fees for building department services, street and sidewalk use, and land use applications that reflect the cost of such services.
Is there a second?
Second, Alderwoman Chapman.
All right, all in favor, are there any other discussions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposes, nay. Ayes have it then. So ordered.
Second reading.
Second reading, please.
Sorry, thanks, Mayor. Second reading of bill number 2583 to be passed by roll call vote, please. An ordinance amending sections 5-7, 23-17, 23-47 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Belle Fountain Neighbors, Missouri, to establish increases in user fees and building department services, street and sidewalk use, and land and use applications that reflect the cost of such services.
Is there a second?
Second, Avant Elliott.
Are there any further discussions? Roll call vote.
Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderwoman Tapman, Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Yes.
Alderwoman Chapman. Okay,
Yes.
well, you-
Yes.
okay. Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right.
Can we get an ordinance number for that one and the previous one too, please?
Yes, okay. Let's go to the previous one first. The majority of the Board of Aldermen voted and passed Bill number 2582, which will become ordinance number 2575, when and if signed by the mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Then the majority of the Board of Aldermen voted and passed Bill number 2583, which will become ordinance number 2576, when and if signed by the mayor.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, bill number 2584.
For bill number 2584, for the first and second readings, the ordinance amending section 19 through 48 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Bellefonte Neighbors, Missouri, relating to illumination offenses, illuminating offenses. Sorry.
Is there a second?
Avant Elliott, second.
Discussions.
Yeah, I got a question. And Article 3, Section E, letter E, it says unconventional adornments includes but is not limited to continuous promotional pennant flags and island, blade, and sail pole flags. What is that specifically referring to?
Could I, this is Pat Barrett, could I jump in here?
Sure, please.
At the station at 10320 Bellefonte Road, we had an issue.
I'm sorry, where, what?
At 10320 Bellefonte Road. Gas station there. They had quite a bit of unconventional advertising, which also included, and still includes to a degree, those sail flags that are out there, and also what I call used car flags, also called pennant flags. They have moved the sail flags from their temporary stands, where they were temporary signs, but they were not conforming with temporary sign use, which I think they're allowed, what, 4 weeks a year or something like that. We're just trying to limit.
No, I understand that. I just don't know what they are. So like, what is a sail pole flag? What does that look like?
It looks like a bent fishing pole, and it's got a long banner attached to it, meant to wave in the wind. It does get attention, but we do have a sign ordinance that I think since they planted those into the ground, I think they're flouting that as well. We're just trying to get a handle on this.
Okay, and then what is a blade pole then?
It's the same thing, more or less. I was trying to reference a number of different terms in order to broaden that ordinance, so that somebody doing that sort of thing couldn't squeak by on a technicality.
Okay, and an island pole flag, what is that? The same thing?
Same category, trying to broaden the language.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? That was that the first read or the second read?
Yes, sir, I'm going to the second reading.
All right, proceed. Oh, a roll call. I mean, not roll call, but all in favor of the first read, say aye.
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 Opposers? Proceed to the second read, please.
I would like to proceed to the second reading for bill number 2584, an ordinance amending section 19 through 48 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellefonte Neighbors, Missouri, relating to illuminating offenses.
Is there a second?
Avant Elliott.
Are there any further discussions? Roll call vote.
Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderwoman Tatman,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dale,
Yes.
Alderman Christian.
Yes.
Okay, oh yes, 2583. Okay, the majority of the Board of Aldermen voted and passed Bill number 2584, which will become ordinance number 2577, when and if signed by the mayor.
All right, bill number 2585.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill number 2585, an ordinance amending section 2-16 of the Bellefonte Neighbors Code of Ordinances relating to the manner of passage of ordinances. I'd like to make a motion for approval of the first reading and to move on to the second reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
Read.
Are there any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question again.
Okay.
This is probably for the attorney. In section 2, the very first sentence, it says, "It is hereby declared to be the intention of the Board of Aldermen that the sections, subsections, paragraphs, sentences, clauses, phrases, and words of this ordinance shall be severable." What specifically does that mean?
Alderman Carroll, what that means is if there is any section, subsection, or paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase or word in the ordinance that is for any reason determined to be invalid or unconstitutional, it can be severed from the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
It's a savings clause, essentially.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Attorney, I also have a clarifying question, and that's the ordinance related to us doing a roll call vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was language that was added that wasn't in our previous one, under A, the last sentence about how the mayor can veto and all of that. Could you further explain what that additional language suggests?
Yes. Okay,
thank you.
We're getting some interference. Upon researching this ordinance and preparing it, we learned that it had been amended in 2014, yet your ordinance was not amended. So since we were making these changes, we included the language that's in the current state statute.
Thank you so much.
So that's where that language comes from.
Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, you're welcome.
Any other discussions? Then, is this the roll call? Is this second read?
First.
First, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposers? Ayes have it. Second read, please.
Thank you. Bill number 2585, an ordinance amending section 2-16 of the Bellefonte Neighbors Code of Ordinances relating to the manner of passage of ordinances. I'd like to make motion for approval of the bill by roll call vote.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'm sorry.
Avant Elliott. Second.
All right.
Sorry.
Roll call vote.
I'm getting ahead of myself. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dale. Oh, she left. Alderman Christian.
Check on her, make sure she's okay.
Alderman Christian.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
Alderwoman West.
Yes.
Alderwoman Tatman.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Okay, we have 1 no and 7 yes.
All right, the motion passes.
Okay, so this was 2585. The majority of the Board of Aldermen voted and passed Bill number 2585, which will become ordinance number 2578, if and when signed by the mayor.
All right, bill number 2586.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to read Bill number 2586 for the first and second read, and it's an ordinance declaring results of the general city election held by the city of Bellefontaine Neighbors, Missouri, on Tuesday, June the 2nd, 2020.
Do some muting here.
That's Miranda.
Can you hear some static?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. And if you would like for me to read it.
Did I get a second? I didn't hear
Okay.
it.
Did we get a second?
Alderman Carroll, second.
Yes. Are there any further discussion?
Mayor, this is Alderwoman Reed. I had a question. Oh,
right.
Miranda, can you mute for 1 second?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Fran, are these the final certified election numbers
Yes.
after 2 weeks? Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
since we're on the question, I just wanted to add, we had Dinah Tapman, Ward 1 at 208, Danielle James, 18, Ebony Williams, 54, with Dinah Tapman being the winner. For Ward 2, James Carroll at 129, Mike Weesey at 104, Alderperson Ward 3, James Thomas, unopposed at 143, and Alderwoman Elise Dales, Ward 4, at unopposed 217 as the total votes.
All right. We ready to
Go
vote?
on to the second read.
Please do.
Okay, did you already do the yays?
I don't know.
Okay,
No.
go ahead.
Who said no?
You did it, Mayor.
I did.
Alderwoman Reed. Yeah, you did.
Okay. Proceed to the second read, please.
No, she was saying that you didn't do the yays and nays yet.
Oh, she said I did. Okay, well, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. Ayes have it. So proceed to the second read.
I would like to make a motion to pass bill number 2586, an ordinance declaring results of the general city election held by the city of Bellefontaine Neighbors, Missouri on Tuesday, June the 2nd, 2020.
Yeah, second.
Alderman Thomas.
Are there any further discussions? Roll call vote.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales. Alderwoman Dales. Are you talking? I can't.
I'm talking. I said, yeah.
Okay, you didn't come through. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderwoman West. Okay, I don't hear anything. Alderwoman Tapman.
Alderwoman West said yes.
Okay, thank you. Alderwoman Tapman.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Okay, everybody said yes, Mayor. So the majority of the Board of Aldermen voted and passed Bill number 2586, which will become ordinance number 2579, if and when signed by the mayor.
All righty, so we've done Alderman appointments, and so we're down now to let's see, where are we at? Report of the mayor. Is that where we are?
No, sir, we're at K.
Item
Line item K, CARES funding, Alderman Carroll.
This is what I talked to you about. I sent the board and you an email about the CARES funding, and we talked about that last week when we met. And basically, St. Louis County got $173 million from the federal government to help fight COVID-19. And I was just wanting to get the board's permission to reach out to the department heads and to the judge to kind of come up or compile a list of items or things that we've had to purchase in order to adjust to COVID-19. I spoke with Matthew McLaughlin from St. Louis County. I had started researching this prior to my election, and the last email that I got from him was dated yesterday, the 17th, and he said that the Municipal League has proposed that $47 million from the CARES Act fund should be spent to help cities address expenses related to the public health crisis. Dr. Page has asked the U.S. Department of the Treasury to whether this federal money can legally be shared with municipalities located within St. Louis County. At this time, we have not received a clear answer and are uncertain whether we will be able to help municipalities with CARES Act funds. However, we are actively working on getting a clear answer and will provide you with an update as more information is available. And I would just like to make a motion for the board's approval for me to contact each of the department heads to, like I said, compile a list of things that we've had to purchase due to COVID-19, and in that motion to reach out to the judge.
Okay, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, well, I have, it's my understanding that we've been approved for the COVID, for the CARES Act fund.
Okay.
And the city of Bell Fountain should be getting, I don't have it before me, but 700,000, was it 700,000, 40 some odd dollars out. I don't.
Okay. Well, then I'll withdraw my motion then. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
can I add to the conversation? It's Dr. Ron Elliott. I was on the virtual CARES Act team from St. Louis County this week, and they mentioned that the Municipal League had been advocating for the municipalities to get the funds, and they had yet not decided on how that will be handled. And what was mentioned was a potential grant process. But the Municipal League, during their public comment, they had a written public comment that someone just read. It suggested some of the cities that had sent in some type of budget of potential expenses or whatever that they would want covered, whether it was salaries or direct expenses related to PPE, and they did not mention our city with that proposal that Municipal League was presenting to St. Louis County. So right now, the only thing they mentioned this week was the potential of a grant process, and Retta Days was concerned because she had not heard of that process before that meeting, and they were thinking that some amount would just be distributed to individuals, maybe not the same amount, but it had not been determined what exactly that amount would be. But the process so far was on the table was a grant process. So I just wanted to share that information from this week's call.
Well, the grant amount would be determined by city population. And so that's what we are.
And may I add also, Mayor, that because of us, I'm working with several organizations and Athena Healthcare and Care STL setting up the testing sites. I've been communicating with the Chief Operations Officer of Public Health and Primary Care Integration, and Kenneth, and also with Sarah. And with because they asked me if we had gotten information about if we were approved and how much. And so what they're doing now, some part of the process will be by grants, but the other will be by submission of receipts and monies that's already been spent. And so they didn't have a time because we're looking at continuing testing centers in correlation with the county health department. And so we're looking at allocating funds for additional testing as well as setting up some guidelines and getting some money sent out for things that's already been paid for. That was one of the reasons why when I presented to the board the first time about a possibility of the city investing in some of the PPEs for the testing site. So they're moving a little bit along, and I think the chief can also chime in on the information he has to further clarify.
All right, Chief, you have some additional information.
Yeah, Alderwoman Tapman, are you referencing what we can claim under the CARES Act?
Yes.
Okay, so actually, thank you for introducing that because I was going to chime in anyway. So aside from the personal protection equipment that the city purchases being claimable against the CARES Act money, which is covered, in theory, covers everything 100%. The other thing that it covers is all first responder salaries, beginning late March all the way through where the CARES Act ends, which I believe is at the end of the year. So whatever money the city receives, that income comparable to its expenses, if its expenses exceed that income, we can make a claim to FEMA, which would cover up to 80% of those costs. So our first step is the CARES Act to see if we can make sure we recoup what we can under the CARES Act. And even then, so what remaining expenses that aren't covered, then we would move to FEMA and make that claim there, but we cannot double dip.
Thank you, Chief.
Welcome.
All right, are we clear on that?
Mhm.
Then we will move.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
before we move on, since we are under new business, I sent an email about the representative director from the Attorney General Office to facilitate sunshine law training for us. And so we have a strategic planning meeting on the books, but I need to make a motion to convert that to a training that's closed to the public because we won't be discussing city business, so that we can have our board training that day instead. So can I make that motion at this time?
Yeah, the only thing about that is I would just like for, I don't mind strategic planning meeting. I think we should have them, but I think the mayor should lead that and not a board member.
Well, that was our desire. I don't know how it got lost in translation, but that was the desire when it was done. But as I've stated before, the conversations are about concerns in the community because we have not had you there to facilitate that part of the implementation side. If you start coming, then that will be good. But is it a different date that you would like to have instead of Thursdays? But right now that's what's set. Is there something else that you would like so you can begin that process? Because right now, based on our ordinance, the city administrator should have an annual strategic plan, and we don't have anything right now. So do you want to keep that date and then just start coming if Thursdays work for you? Or do you want to maybe at the next meeting propose a date that we can vote on going forth? Huh? You said you'll take a look.
Will work for me, and I'm not able to say that at the moment.
Okay, so we can hold it for the next meeting. So I'm just making a motion that for July the 9th, our normal strategic planning meeting will be converted to a board training, not open to the public. And we as a board, outside of the representative that is coming, can potentially discuss other items that we will want on the agenda to facilitate, such as Robert's Rule of Order or any other processes and procedures that we still need to tighten up in order to be effective as a board.
I think I did it, Alderwoman Reed.
You're seconding that what you had a motion out there that she said second.
Yes, that was for the board training on the 9th. It'll be at the same normal time at 7 p.m.
But why do you need a board? You need board approval for that? You need a motion on that?
Yes, I need board approval because she will, the Fran will be posting that particular strategic meeting is closed. Is canceled for that day. So then I'll be replacing that council meeting with a training meeting. So I'm getting permission because the board has to agree that they're available to attend. So it wouldn't be something I could just do on my own and then try to see if they can make it. So that's why I'm doing it publicly.
Well, if I can I speak?
Sure. Yes.
Well, two things. Point of clarification.
Mm-hmm.
So, as it's been a lot of discussion about the strategic planning meeting, there are 3 entities within our government that is the responsibility directly to do that strategic planning. One being the mayor, one being the police chief for the police department, the other planning and zoning. And so I know it has been mentioned and we have voted unanimously on last year to have a strategic planning meeting. But I think as legislators, that we should spend a lot more time, especially now, on legislating things that we need to address the issues not only in our city, but right now in our region. The other thing, you mentioned that you wanted time to think about the date that was more convenient for you. And I think as the mayor and the chief operating officer, that you should be given that opportunity to do that. And while we're speaking to that, congratulations to everybody who won their board appointment. That's fantastic. That we should even more so look at the ordinance that we put in place are there for a reason. It's for us to abide by, not to usurp, not to change, not to add to, unless it deems necessary. So I would like for us, since this is a new season, for us to try to adhere to the ones we have in place. And if they need to be changed, look at that. But at least start off by adhering to the guidelines that we already have there. And that's just my comment. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Alderman Thomas.
Proceed.
Yeah, what date are you talking about?
It is July the 9th. That's the second Thursday of the month at 7 o'clock. And so
and you're trying to do that for a training session, correct?
That's, board training is, because we talked
Because
about.
The reason I'm asking is because you're breaking up real bad. That's why I'm asking the questions over again.
Okay, I apologize. I don't know what reception is picking up, but it will be the 9th. So that strategic planning meeting will be canceled for the clerk to indicate that, and it will be replaced with board training, which because it's not city business, it won't be open to the public. But I have to make the motion so that everybody agree that they're available for that training and we can go forth. Yes.
But everyone would need to be at that training, correct?
I would hope that they will come, given that it will be sunshine violation presentation from the Attorney General office and whatever other topics that we think are pertinent to our development as the board. Because unfortunately, outside of going to training, we've never had any formal discussion as a group about protocols and so forth since I've been on the board. So this is a way that we can set all of those things in place and get some understanding about Robert rules of order and so forth. Yes, sir. Okay.
I think that, well, for me, during the week,
in the evening isn't good. And I think that the training should be made available, and it may just be made available more on a broader scope than just changing it from one meeting to another meeting date just because that date has already been scheduled. And that's all I have to say about that.
Sir, is there a date that you're proposing? This is an opportunity to discuss it now.
Yeah, weekends are better for me.
Like a Saturday now. I'm not sure that the representative from the Attorney General office is available like on the weekend. She did say she was available that Thursday in the evening. But it will be on Zoom and recorded, but I think that, you know, it would be good to accommodate you being there so you can ask any questions you may have.
All right.
Okay.
Do we have a motion and second?
Yes. Motion by Yvonne Elliott, second by Alderwoman Reed.
Then we will vote. Call the roll.
Okay, Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Tatman,
No, I'm not available on
okay, no.
Thursday.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
No, I'm not available.
okay, Alderman Christian,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales,
No.
Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. We got 5 yes and 3 no.
Okay. So what that means is that 5 people will be present and 3 will be absent.
Right.
All right, let's move on to the next order of business.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion, please? Is it possible that we amend the agenda to allow the public comment to go first in case people want to exit since it's 10:24?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to reflect meeting open to the public number 16 replaced in exchange with the mayor report and the alderman report to proceed before that.
Is there a second that the
Alderwoman West.
Alderman West, okay then.
Yes.
All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposers nay. All right, meeting is open to the public. Meeting is open to the public.
Let me see if I have them muted. Just 1 second.
Yeah, some people are texting that their sound went away.
Well, everything is unmuted.
Resident ASQ Taylor, 9700 Birch Manor Court. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to all of the board members that were appointed, either in their seats and in various roles in boards and commissions. Second of all, I'd like to thank the president of the board, Miranda, for setting up some sort of training. This was the first time I've ever heard of a training session for the board other than the special meetings that the new people go to. I think it's fundamental to get training on the things that the residents come with, sunshine requests, so you could be able to respond to those questions and answers accurately, so we could quit the going back and forth about what the Attorney General was saying, so everybody is clear on the information. Again, Chief, thank you again for the information about the shooting. And Congratulations all. Hopefully we're going to start off this new board great and effective when it comes to things that are going to happen in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Some people are saying they can't, something happened.
Well, I don't have them muted. If it's muted, they're muted themselves. And I can't unmute them if you mute yourself.
I'm quite sure they didn't.
All right, so unmute yourself and then talk to us.
You know what, I'm wondering, because we're kind of going over as far as the, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I didn't know it would go this long.
Wes, is it possible for them to type their questions and direct them to who they want to answer them? Can they do that?
Can I speak?
Hello?
Yes, identify yourself and
Yes, this is Anthony Green at 9429 Dinky Drive. I want to first of all congratulate everyone on the board with the election that we just had. Just to follow up, I think I may miss the portion of the meeting, but I'm definitely looking forward to the Public Safety Committee meeting and possibly the police department working together on the speed bumps. Yes, speeding has become very outrageous here in the Ward 4. I don't have the exact date. I specifically remember some car going down St. Cyr Road had to be 65 to 70 miles per hour and ran through the stop sign. I did not have video at the time because I would have gladly turned it over to the police department, but I don't know where the mentality, whether it be just our neighborhood or in St. Louis, that stop signs are just optional as well as speeding. I'm just worried that with this kind of cavalier attitude where people are going around corners 50 miles per hour and cars parked in the street, that there's going to be a child coming out of that car and we're going to make some kind of news. So I really want these speed bumps to be examined. Excuse me. These hot spots, one, to be identified, two, the speed bumps to be put in where we feel those are appropriate, and really, start really coming up with a robust program to address this mentality that residential roads are fair game for 50 and 60 and 70 miles per hour, which is obscene. This also includes, I think this also is Bell Fountain, so it includes where St. Cyr empties out into Bell Fountain neighbors. I've seen people at that light, the light has turned red. It's like 3 or 4 seconds after the red, they're still running the light. They're still running the light like, well, they're calculating the transition of the light on the other side and still running and saying, well, oh no, I don't just turn red, I got 3 more seconds. That's just dangerous, and just, I don't know how to fully address that, but we really need to get some type of robust, program in place to address people's mentality that we're running around in thousands of pounds of vehicles moving and that we don't need to obey stop signs, traffic signs, speed limit signs. All of those are quote unquote accessories or optional. So just continue to work on that, please, whether it be through the Public Safety Committee or the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I'm Paula Battle, and I'm at 10610 Foxler Drive. I want to, first of all, congratulate everyone on their appointments and those that won their awards. I think that now is the time for everybody to get together and work to make this a better city. I'm going to basically stress that there was a mention about the budget. I really want to stress that you try hard to meet that deadline and get that budget done before June 30th. That's your end of your fiscal year. No city should be operating on a prior year budget. So whatever you can do to finalize that budget, I would definitely stress that you do that. And secondly, I want to commend Alderwoman Tateman for the COVID-19 testing. I did participate in that on Saturday. Although I did have some issues, and I'm still having issues, but we can talk about that privately. I am still waiting on my test results. And other than that, anything that you feel again about the budget, I keep running my head against the wall about that. That is very important. And we can't be operating like we did before. You got to move forward. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
this is Fran, City Clerk. I'm not sure what has happened here. It might be that we're going over time that was scheduled for this meeting, because I guess I didn't know it would go to 10:30. So I scheduled it to end like 10:30, and then we're supposed to start that closed session at 10:30. So I don't know. It looks like everybody is muted, and I can't unmute them.
I mean, we can hear fine, so I think we're okay. That's just a time frame. I don't think it's going to cut off on you. It's not going to cut off on us.
Okay.
Anyone else from the public have a comment? Seeing none, hearing none, then I think we'll move forward toward wrapping this meeting up. Did someone attempt to say something then? All right, let me give just a short mayor's report, and then we'll move on. First of all, I want to thank Alderwoman Tatman for spearheading the COVID-19 testing. I was tested the first day, which was a Friday, and I think Thursday or Friday. And I got my results back, and I tested negative. So that was good to know. And that's why testing is so important. I'd rather know what I have than to walk around with something and not know it. The other thing is I'd like to share with you is that we thought that there was 93 acres of land up there, undeveloped land. I got a call from the owner of the land yesterday, and he shared with me that there's 175 acres of land up there. And so that kind of changes the dynamics a little bit. And so I spoke with a developer who shared, we shared a lot of things with me. But one of the things he shared with me, and it was unsolicited, is that he would not work with a divided city or a divided board. I mentioned that to you several months ago as we started talking about this process. And so it's going to be imperative that we work together. And I'm going to do all I can to bring this board together and the community together. This is one of the most important things that we could do for this city, is to develop that land up there. Tax dollars, tax dollars are dwindling, and we're never gonna have enough money to run this city at the rate we're going if we don't bring in new revenue. So I believe we can do it, and I want you to really seriously think about doing all you can to help make that happen. It is important. Yes, it's on 367 and 270, that corner there. And that is my prayer for this board and this city. A lot of things we talk about, personally, I don't particularly care. I was not elected to maintain. I was elected to move this city forward, and that we do some new things in this city to bring in new revenue. I would hope that no one would try to stop me from doing that. Because to stop me would mean to stop the city's progress financially. So I'm gonna do my part, and I hope you will do your part as well, and that the whole city can benefit from that. I will, because of that, that is so important to me. A lot of things that are said and done that I just don't like, but I won't say anything because it's not about me, it's about this city. So help me, will you please move this city to the next level? Thank you so much. Report of all the people.
Mayor, I got a couple of questions.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Do you have any idea when the city parks are gonna open?
City parks are already open.
The city parks are open now? Okay. And then, do you have any idea when like the commissions are gonna start meeting again?
That would be, I think they could meet now. That would be up to the chair and the commissions.
Okay.
City Hall is open for business, so
Okay, so,
if they didn't want to meet, they're welcome to meet.
Great, thank you so
But
much.
you still need to wear your mask and practice social distancing.
Sure, thank you.
Mhm.
Mayor,
Yes.
I had a quick inquiry. Sorry. I'm not sure if you know that Sam Page had declared Juneteenth as a holiday tomorrow. And so the county will be closed. Is that something you were considering for the city as well? I was just curious to know whether or not we were going to honor it as well with the staff,
Well, I thought about it. Matter of fact, I had a little conversation about it. But, I'm not sure it would be fiscal responsible with us running a deficit and trying to close it, to shut the city down for a day and pay city employees. And so I've decided that we would be open tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right, report of the board.
Okay, Alderman Carroll.
I already submitted mine. I'm just gonna submit them.
Oh, okay. Alderman Thomas.
I have no comments tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Christian.
No report tonight.
Okay, Alderwoman West.
Okay, first I would like to say to the mayor, I think the board would work with you, but we have nothing to work on. You say you meet with a developer, you've been to the land, but you have not shared with us what you plan to do with the land. And I am quite certain that once that is shared with the board and we need to vote on it, I think you will have all of the support that you will need. So I just wanted to say that. So there's been a lot of talk about closing the rec center for an undetermined amount of time, and statements that the pool is a luxury. And we have heard from proponents of why they feel the rec center should be closed. Therefore, I believe it only right to hear from those persons who work and utilize the pool. With that in mind, I move that a special meeting be held with the board, some rec center staff, and some patrons of the rec center so that we can hear their point of view. So that's my motion.
Is there a second to the motion?
Christian will second.
Any other discussions?
Alderwoman West, do you have a date in mind yet? Or you just want us to come up with a date later? Because you didn't put a date in.
Yeah, come up with a date later. I just want this to move forward.
Okay.
I would like to make a comment, please, because I am one of the proponents who have been talking about closing the rec center for a point in time. Number one, I'll keep saying this, we're in the midst of a pandemic. Number two, it's already been proven in other states and cities who have opened up their rec centers, restaurants and all of that, that have had to close them. Number three, I think, and that's a good idea, what you said, Alderwoman West, but I'll take it a bit further. I think instead of having isolation and just those who utilize, but also, I think this is open for a public meeting. If we're going to give all of our citizens and not just a select few, I think we ought to have a public hearing about it. Because we're looking.
Go on, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're looking at the deficit of about a little over $200,000. The rec center is the only department that no budget cuts were made in. And I think because we are a total city and to have equitable buy-in into the safety and the health and the financial stability of the city, that all departments should look at where feasibly things can be cut. I think it's just like your budget in your family. When you have a budget and you can't, maintain that budget, everybody pitch in and help. The rec center needs a lot of repairs. And I would think that we would not put all of our money into brick and mortar and not into some of the things that the citizens need during this time of a global pandemic. But I agree it needs to be a discussion, but I think it needs to be a public discussion.
Well, the reason I limited it to the people I did is because so far we've only had one negative comment from one resident who have been on the board. And so that's why I did not include all of the public. However, if you want to amend my motion, you have the right to do so.
And I would like to do that because I think that's a discussion. And like I said, every department has been put to the pot of things that could be cut. The rec center, we're steady at it. We got $150 in part-time employees and 14.
Excuse me, Alderwoman. Would you either amend the motion?
Yes, I did.
Okay, please.
All right, what is the motion?
I would like to amend the motion to include the hearing for items concerning the rec center to include the entire public, that we would post that it would be a public hearing along with the heads of those departments and the board.
Is there a second?
Second that, this is Alderwoman Dales.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Alderwoman Chapman, I'm sorry, Mayor. She said heads of departments. There is no head over the rec center. I'm just wondering who she's talking about, heads of department.
Well, I'll amend it again. I would like to amend the recommendation to be just across the board, flat, public hearing concerning the usage, the closing of the rec center to include the entire public. So it would be posted as a public meeting.
Make the second again, this Alderwoman Dales.
All right, are there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
In favor of,
I beg your pardon. All
never mind. Go on.
in favor say aye. Again.
Aye.
Opposers nay.
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 Roll call vote. I don't. It's hard for me to understand what took place just then.
Okay.
Would you call the roll, clerk?
Yes. Yes. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
This is for, I'm sorry. This is for to have a public meeting to discuss the usage of the rec center. Employees and residents, everybody alike is, and even people that don't live in Bellefonte neighbors, because they utilize the rec center, is able to come, right? I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Is
You
that
have
right?
to ask the person who amended it.
Yeah, that's what, okay, Dinah, is
It
that
would-
right?
Yes, this is Alderwoman Tapman, and it would include a public hearing. So yes, that would be an open meeting.
Right, for people that even are not residents of Bellefonte neighbors, because they utilize our rec center, right? Okay, yes.
Okay. Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Alderwoman Tapman.
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
No.
Alderwoman Thomas.
Alderman.
Alderman Thomas. I'm sorry, I'm sleepy now.
Oh, no
Alderman
problem.
Thomas.
No problem. I just want to wake you up.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me do something right here. Wait a minute. Alderman Thomas. Yes.
Yes.
Alderman Christian.
No.
Alderwoman West.
No.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. We have 5 yes and 3 no's.
So motion passes.
Yes.
All right, anything else? Proceed.
Not from Alderwoman West. No, I've completed my report. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Next.
Who did I use? I'm sorry. We did Carol, West, Thomas, Alderwoman Dales. Your mic.
No, when I had so much to say, I am too tired. We got to get on to this other meeting, so I'll save it for the next meeting. Congratulations to everybody except for Jamie. And that's a personal thing. And that's it.
Okay. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Okay, I'll make mine quick. I would like to congratulate everyone who was appointed to a position. I would like to thank my peers for nominating me and voting me back into the seat. I will continue to work for the board to be productive. I would like to congratulate Madam Mayor Ella Jones for her historic win as the first African-American and first female mayor of Ferguson. It is Juneteenth tomorrow, which is a celebration often overlooked, which is the actual date where African Americans were freed as slaves, previously slaves. I would like to thank Chief Goldstein, Major Willis, and the Treasurer Howard for serving as panelists at the virtual town hall meeting. And I would like to thank the mayor for agreeing to be a panelist on the next one. And I'm pending Alderwoman Dale's acceptance and availability for the next one, which will be next month on July the 11th. Additional topics will be determined, but the public will have an opportunity to ask questions and hear about different plans. I would like to continue to encourage the neighbors to do the census and tell other people about the census. And I think I've already covered the information about the COVID Act in the previous conversation. I did want to mention to the board that in communication with the mayor, we will be issuing a proclamation to Michael Clark for his honor as a West Point graduate. And I would also like to present for consideration the next time we meet some calendar items, such as a potential drive-through back-to-school event that I would like to host at the rec center with maybe the only expense of yard signs and flyers. But I will be putting that on the agenda for the next one for all the items that I have an interest in proposing that we have for the year around the youth and even Juneteenth for next year. That concludes my report.
Okay. Alderwoman Tapman.
Yes, I'll make mine short as well. I want to congratulate everyone for their appointments. I'm excited that Alderman Carroll will be taking over as the public safety rep. This is like a punting a football. Each one of us start a work and the other one's finish. So congratulations. I'll still be working closely with that board, as well as just want to say thank you to the mayor and those who voted for us to do the testing. It has been successful. And as I stated before, we have an opportunity to continue on our lot, but if not, we do have other centers, testing centers that will be going up. Thank you to the citizens who are hanging in there with us. I see some are still on here. And I'll let them know that I am committed to working with those who elected me to continue the progress we started. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Reed.
Thanks, Fran.
You're welcome.
I did order some, I got some signs coming from North County Complete Count for Census 2020. They're still on the way, so I haven't forgotten about you guys. When they come in, I'll get them to you to put up in the community, because the census, we've kind of toppled off at 63%, but we would love to have 100% in Bellflower neighbors reporting. I hope that we can approve the budget. I hope everybody wants to approve the budget by June 30th. I don't believe there's any need for us to go past that date. We have worked diligently in the last 2 years I've been on the board to make sure it's passed on time last year, so we should be able to do that again. Mayor, I don't know, are we gonna get a final salt shed bill next week so we can close that out in this fiscal year? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, and then, you know, since we had Rodney Robinson on the phone, our city engineer, Clayton Klein, was not on the phone. Is there a reason why you're not engaging him with these type of ideas that our engineer, our city engineer that we appointed wouldn't be handling, or you know, at least foreheading it?
What are you referring to?
Our city engineer, by us reaching out to Rodney Robinson, who has worked as a city engineer before. Why wouldn't we be utilizing the city engineer that we're already paying here to kind of, you know, work with him and get these things in order and know where our city is and where we've been and kind of work to get us where we need to go? Is there a reason why we're not engaging an employee of the city?
No, that's no reason. He just had not reached out to me, and apparently I've not reached out to him either. But we can correct that.
Yeah, I hope so, because after a year of you being appointed, I would think you all have had some type of conversation on those Monday meetings you have with heads. But okay. And also, I reached out to the police chief. You were on that email, but I always put you on every email. So about the trailer that's sitting at the rec center parking lot, with us having Influence Church on our parking lot on Fridays, having COVID testing Monday through Monday through Saturday. Then there's this trailer up there, and Chief said that it was a residence trailer, but hence our ordinances do not allow a trailer like that to be parked in our community. But you have given this one resident an okay to park on our rec center parking lot. This happened last year, and that's unfair to all the other residents in our community who may own trailers that will want to park in the community, but follow the ordinances and park at a RV lot. So is there a reason why this trailer has been parked on rec center parking lot for over 2 months now?
The trailer is no longer there.
Okay, I didn't walk today because we had this meeting, so I didn't know. Thank you, and I hope that just doesn't happen, or all of our citizens should be allowed then to park their trailer at the rec center lot. Thank you.
That's it.
Yep, Fran.
That's it, Mayor.
Then is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Mayor,
Yes.
I talked to the municipal league and I learned a new process. So we would need to just make a motion to go into closed session. And then once we finish closed session, we have to come back to the public to close it out, even though the public won't be here. So we'll just be making a motion to go into closed session at this time.
Would you make the motion, please?
I would like to make a motion. Huh?
I'm sorry, I need to say this though.
Okay.
Because we're not gonna do the, since we're on virtual, we're not gonna do the closed session directly now. We have to close this
Close
out.
out, yes.
And then go to other meeting that I scheduled. And then what, come back to this?
No, no, ma'am. We can stay there. Yeah, that's just the process that he said. So we'll be closing out the regular after we finish, just for the minutes purposes. So I would like to make a motion to go into closed session. The particular sections have already been voted on.
Is that second? All right, been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. All right, we're in closed session.
All right, good.
Oh,
Good night, everyone. We got to close out. Everybody's
Who
leaving.
second this, please?
Alderman Carroll.
Carol, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Everybody have a good night. Okay.
So I hope we can still get into this other one.
Yeah, we gotta leave out and come back in.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
gotta hang, you gotta go use your
gotta hang
other
up.
sign-in thing. You know what I'm saying?
What are you saying?
You have to go to your other invite that I sent you, the closed session invite.
So it's different from this one, huh? Let's see here. What is it? What is the number? You have the number?
Mayor, it's
Yeah.
on the sheet. On the invite, there are 3. It has the public hearing, then the regular B of A meeting, and then the closed session.
Yeah, well, I don't see that. So I just do it like I did this one, go to join the meeting.
Yes, but there's a different meeting ID.
Well, will somebody text that to me right quick, please?
Sure.
Is it okay if I hang up so I can go into the other meeting?
Yeah, go ahead and hang up and then come back.
Okay.
I will text it.